logistic or otherwise, you'll see colleagues with orange linear. Please approach them for whatever assistance that you may require. They are placed at strategic places for your own comfort. And I realize that we may not all have received our programs. If you do not have a program, if you look right at the back there, there would be a QR code for you to scan to obtain your program. The other code is right here in the front for you to scan and familiarize yourself with the proceedings of the day. Having said that, I also want to recognize in our midst our students, both undergraduate students as well as postgraduate. I also recognize their presence. Without further ado, let me ask the band to render just one item to get us into the move. And I would like you to see a little bit of movement, because in Latin they say, quite moveto, ab alio moveto. In other words, there will be no motion until something is acted upon. A body will remain at rest until an external force exerts its pressure on it. Quite movetur, ab analio movetur. Over to you. At least you can move your body as I do, if you can't stand. That sweet melody was to introduce and request the Dean to come to the podium so that she can execute whatever is expected of her this morning. Madam Dean, the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor R.S. Mautu, is just about to address you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Let me start by, in advance, before I welcome you, observe protocol. The VC and Principal, Professor N.M. Moghalong, supported us to have this event. It's necessary that we acknowledge and become thankful for that. The DVC Teaching and Learning Professor R.N. Madache always supports the faculty. The acting DVC Research, Innovation and Partnerships, Prof. T. Mutiba, is also here to support us. The executive deans of faculty, present or not present, directors of school, heads of department, executive directors in all support divisions, directors in support divisions. We have executive director of library among us, professors, senior lecturers, lecturers, support staff, senior lecturers, I have already said that, student representative council led by President Mr. Mamabolo, and all honorable guests from institutions of higher learning in the country and beyond the borders of South Africa. I already recognized people from Mozambique, and there are others from other universities. All protocol observed. On behalf of the Faculty of Humanities management team, we would like to welcome you to this August event that starts today, the 2nd of September, and it comes immediately after August month, Women's Month, and is ending tomorrow. It comes immediately after Women's Month, August. The theme of our lectures in this year 2024, it's an Africa impacted by 4IR, AI, BRICS, knowledge economy, solutions economy, and social impact imperatives, responding to local and global crisis. Whether we like it or not, the landscape has changed and is moving very fast. Thus, knowledge, skills and values required to survive in the current landscape and moving forward are somewhat different from the previous era. We have seen it in all governments, in all countries. They are trying very hard to respond to the rapid changes. Hence, we hear about the 4th Industrial Revolution, artificial intelligence. We have the BRICS agenda, the 2030 UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals, decolonization, the list continues. As Faculty of Humanities, we are meeting today and tomorrow to listen to some of the suggested solutions. As the presenters share with us, we will be learning from each one of them, and we will also like to learn beyond the faculty. So the presenters, I guess, they are now getting ready to finalize their presentations as they will be ascending to share with us. And together, please, let us be ready to enrich and discuss the findings of their different research projects. And as expected, be ready with the questions, and not only the questions, asking a question for the sake of asking a question. I was tempted to go back and refer to the then President Thabo Mbeki, when he was raising questions on what is the Africa that we want. You can Google that one and listen to the questions as you prepare to pose some of the questions to the presenters. I would like to remind you of Soren Kierkegaard. It's a philosopher who said, life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. And I also want to add to what Steve Jobs also said. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your God, destiny, life, whatever. This approach has never let anyone down, and it has made the difference for those who followed the approach. Just interpreting Kierkegaard briefly, what the lesson that you can get from that is that positive thinking is inherent in looking forward and backward. By just browsing through the different research titles as reflected in the booklet, you will realize that there is no doubt that the presenters would assist all of us to look backward, analyze, and then we must refocus forward. We are expecting practical, implementable solutions as we compare our different environments, locally and globally. To the novice researchers, particularly the students who will be presenting for the first time, you will be expected to publish your work after the spring lectures. Get it from me, you will get assistance and support from the faculty. So you must seize this opportunity to the fullest to enrich your work, so that whatever you finally submit as a journal article in accredited peer-reviewed journal, it will be acceptable. Those who already joined the publication game, they know that you will meet 3 different kinds of people. Already you know that I like watching the animals, the animal channel. I just want to briefly share with you what Samakono described. So the 3 kinds of people, for now, I want you to think of the sharks, salmons, and dolphins. I'm talking to those who will be presenting for the first time, especially our students, as they also prepare after the presentation that they will be publishing their research findings. I just want to connect. You can Google and read about the sharks. I read about the sharks extensively. I read about the dolphins extensively. But then I just wanted to put it into the perspective of people that you will meet. Sharks are the people who believe that for them to win, somebody else has to lose. And they will win at all costs. They need to be in control and may bully, intimidate, or manipulate to achieve this. They are driven by the reptilian brain, part of the brain, and are very uncomfortable with having anything in their sphere that they cannot control. Most sharks do not have empathy, so they feel no remorse about their behavior. Those are the sharks. And entering into the research community, expect also to meet the sharks. The salmons, they are not always so easy to recognize because they often blend into the background and try not to stand out from the crowd. They are those people who maybe because of unhappy experiences in their early life believe that they can never win. So it is best to just keep your head down. Salmon people prefer to play it safe, as they believe that this is how they can best survive, even if it means hiding their true beauty and playing it small. They are led by the limbic part of the brain. Those are the salmons. By the way, the sharks and the salmons, they are fish. A dolphin is not a fish. It's a mammal, and it descended from the land into the sea. Dolphins are intelligent, they are creative, and work as a team. They are the people who have great ideas and enthuse those around them with their excitement and energy. They are very resilient and are not afraid to stand up to a shark if they have to do. They are fast, slick, and have a lot of fun. And you know that you are among the dolphins, and when you feel very safe. When you are around the dolphins, you will feel very safe. They are intelligent. They are compelled by the neocortex part of the brain. I'm just remarking on this so that the presenters, especially our students, the novice, get ready for the sharks and the salmons. Surround yourself around the dolphins. They are intelligent. They will share with you great ideas. So be able to differentiate the three. If you happen to be around a shark, don't worry. They are going to ask the questions that will let you feel you haven't done anything. When you can't respond to their questions, I'm warning you, my students, to say, noted. I will go and refer. all of you feel welcome to this Faculty of Humanities Spring Lectures and be ready to learn. Surround yourself among the dolphins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mautu. I think that should ease our nerves for those of us who are presenting for the first time. I think that talk, that speech, that address by the Executive Dean deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Without ado, let me ask our DVC, Teaching and Learning, Prof. R.N. Madaji, to address you. Prof. Madaji, please address the conference.
Program directors, for now, Prof. Sithole. Thank you at the outset, but before I go into my address, I think it's only fair that we acknowledge the band, Prime Sounds. I think we can give them a big round of applause. I love music very much, and I trust Prof. Mapaya, who is here from Univen, is a professor of music, will also confirm that this band is very good. When I listened to them, I could hear the acoustic guitar very well. And even, but especially the bass guitar. It gives a solid foundation to their composition. It gives the whole structure and atmosphere of the music, groove, harmony, and rhythm. And of course, I don't know how we call the person who plays the drums. Oh, no, he too is very good. But I cannot exclude the one, is it a piano and organ? I'm not sure. Or the keyboard. So they are a team. And from that combination, something so soothing and fascinating and beautiful originates. I'm latching on to Prof. Mautu's talk a bit, that we all need them in order to produce good music, which therefore means we also need sharks to be there. The salmons and the dolphins, they are part of living species, because without them, there won't be any progress. Program director, Professor Mokhalong, our VC, Professor Mutiba, the acting DVC for research, innovation, and partnerships. Prof. Mutiba, some people may not be familiar with you. Humbly, can you stand up a bit? I'm not a shark. So thank you. Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Prof. Mautu, and other executive deans present here today. The coordinator of the spring lectures, Professor Rafapa, the executive director of Library and Information Services, Dr. Mapopa, directors of school, heads of departments, in this faculty and other faculties on campus, all guest speakers, research professors, academics, and support staff. And of course, we are here because of presenters of papers, the SRC students, and of course, the band that I love so much, Prime Sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, the Macheroni. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mokgalong, it is indeed a great honor for me to be present at this year's spring lectures. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Vice Chancellor to welcome you all to the 2024 spring lectures arranged by the Faculty of Humanities under the stewardship of Professor Mautu and their capable organizing team under the directors in the school, Professor Sitole, Professor Mukhoboya, Professor Maruma, and their research professor, Professor Rafapa. A special word of welcome is extended to all our guest presenters, namely Professor Wozniak, Professor Nzenze, Dr. Galane, and Professor Mapaya. In this list, one will also like to include presenters of papers from the University of Mpumalanga, Durban University of Technology, University of Stellenbosch, Northwest University, Incandescent Group, University of Venda, Limpopo Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Save University in Mozambique, and the Department of Basic Education. Colleagues, we look forward to listening to your presentations. Organizing a conference from its conceptualization to actual presentation is no mean achievement. Therefore, the staging of these lectures attests to the indomitable spirit that all humanity is endowed with. In other words, human beings don't give up in spite of the problems that might visit them now and again. It is thus encouraging to note various papers that are going to proffer solutions that will definitely propel humanity forwards as their themes dwell on issues such as effective communication, language policy, decolonization of the curriculum, indigenous knowledge systems, music as a spiritual enrichment, artificial intelligence, human rights. The list is endless. It is also heartening to note that some of the presenters are students, especially masters and PhD students and junior academics. I would like to congratulate them in advance for being so brave. I'm latching onto Prof. Mautu's theme here. Of course, reading a paper for the first time is not a simple task. If you feel nervous, it is normal, because even seasoned academics do feel jittery before reading their papers. I trust your supervisors have prepared you very well for the conference. Be confident and read your papers to the best of your ability. Take it from me, things will go well. I remember, and I often say this, when I became an academic, I had never presented a paper anywhere. And I thought I was very intelligent. I crafted my paper to be presented at a conference, I went to the conference highly confident that I'm going to shine. And indeed, the time came for me to present. I stood up and presented to the best of my ability. Now, Prof. Mautu, the time for questions came. And one member of the audience rose his hand and said, "Hey, Mr. Madaje, by then, you have quoted this and this and this. What is your opinion? Give us your opinion. Don't give us other people's views." I was taken aback. But in a nutshell, that did not discourage me. It did not discourage me. I went back and studied very hard. And life is like a cycle. The person who posed such a difficult question to me ended up being my student. But being a teacher with empathy, not sympathy, empathy. When you are busy assessing, somewhere you say, can I give this guy a distinction or not? So it crossed my mind that this person was cruel to me. Do I hit back or not? But my teaching profession taught me not to be vengeful. I gave him a distinction. So, to our students and even junior academics, we have this adage in life which says, if life gives you lemons, make what? Lemonade. And indeed, we are going to enjoy that lemonade. So don't worry about the questions. They are part of academia. And they make you a very good academic where you could stand your ground anywhere in the world, be it in Tokyo or in New York. So let's welcome those questions. Let's welcome our sharks. They are part of our fabric to becoming an excellent academic. Ladies and gentlemen, once more on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the spring lectures, and the Vice Chancellor wishes you a wonderful conference. I thank you.
Roliwangamandabu Prof. Madaji. Thanks very much for that presentation, for the welcoming address. I think the DVC Teaching and Learning would deserve another round of applause. Another round of applause, please. Thank you. Now I'm guaranteed. My job is guaranteed. As I was seated here, I could hear the whispers from the. They whispered to me that they've got itchy fingers. They can't stay too long without doing what they're supposed to do on these instruments. So I'm going to give them a chance to address the itching on their fingers. Just a few minutes. Would you do that? Thank you. And then from there, after that item, Prof. Muruboya will ascend the stage. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much to the melodious music that comes from our band. Let me take this opportunity and also thank the program director, Professor Stolle, for having afforded me this golden opportunity. I also want to greet all our esteemed guests and distinguished people who are present here. I am not going to follow the protocol because the program director, our vice chancellor, our executive team have already established and recognized our hierarchical structure, the hierarchical structure of the university and its architecture. So I'll not repeat it in the interest of time. Your presence is immensely honored in this auspicious occasion. My task, ladies and gentlemen, this morning is to introduce our keynote speaker for today, whose keynote address is titled Sourcing Information and Interpreting Oil and Gas Projects on the African Continental Shelf, a possible toolkit to establish diverse news values in journalism about invisible new frontier. Our keynote speaker has taught media studies, ethics, film studies, African film, as well as communication, news, and politics in the Nelson Mandela University's Department of Media and Communication in Gqeberha. Her research and postgraduate supervision focus on critical film and media studies, mostly from the perspectives of entertainment media and of news reporting, revolving on the interface between public opinion and energy industry projects. Her paper will attempt to outline an online information sourcing guide and thematic toolkit for journalists. The guide and thematic toolkit are aimed at describing the planning, prospecting, and operations around oil and gas resources, at comprehending the jargon, and at representing this complex new frontier to media practitioners' target audiences. Alongside this broad aim, the paper will propose a range of news values relevant to this new industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on the podium with a thunderous hand clap, of course, Professor Janina Wozniak. Professor Wozniak. The audience are all yours now, Prof. Okay, thank you, Program Director. Thank you.
As our program director, as our guest speaker, keynote speaker is about to address us, before that, we would like to have an item rendered for her, and this item is none other from our very own foundation phase students who enrolled in a music, dance, and movement module during the first semester. They did not have any music exposure prior to that, and the item that they're going to render, actually it's two items, is Tudula, Pump Pump, and Mangwane. So let's give them a very loud applause for our amazing band. Thank you very much. That was awesome talent. We now welcome our speaker, Prof. Wozniak, to the stage.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking all my senior colleagues, all of us who have worked so hard to become who we are. And I want to deconstruct that, because this theme that I'm talking about is the theme of Generation Z. It's your topic. The young generation is going to have to deal with this, and you have all the skills you need to deal with it. I'm going to start by explaining the picture. I've just come back from Dar es Salaam from the East African Communications Association conference held at the University of Dar es Salaam, and they took us for a conference tour to Zanzibar. And this is where I took this picture. And I thought this is exactly the right place to start, because this area has been prospected and has been found to contain oil and gas underneath the soil of the sea. And that is deeply distressing, because there is a vibrant culture of hundreds of years of age, which is just shown here. And I think I quite like this person who just happened to stand there looking out at a vibrant economy of tourism, fishing. And behind all that is this enormous industry with enormous money that is prospecting a completely different future. And it scares me a bit, but as an academic I also have to deal with it. So the paper attempts to offer some understanding of the complex public sphere of news stories on oil and gas resources. And I'm trying to find a news values perspective on what they also call offshore hydrocarbon projects, specifically on the East African shelf, that is down from Kenya right through to South Africa. As future extraction projects, they might later contribute to energy and transport fuel, which we often finally conveniently just reduce to the fuel price and its effect on our personal economies. We are intimidated by this field. We're intimidated by oil, gas, technology, physics, science, because we're in the humanities. Well, at least I was taught I was too stupid to study science, which wasn't very, very clever at the time, but that's why I became who I am. The paper proposes that a media studies professional should acquire the ability to decipher and engage with market-related rhetoric of the hydrocarbon industry and of governments, so that they can open up public participatory discourse rather than intimidating readers with graphs and terminology and coercing their uninformed consent to a given development project. It is the duty of critical journalism to inform readers about how hydrocarbons follow a complex flow chain from the underground source to the end users in transport and energy, to emphasize the diverse voices that need to be heard in this context, and to enable citizens to realize their duty of citizen engagement instead of merely listening to one angle of the news. I would like to share the following experience with you to illustrate my belief in citizens' abilities to understand and act in complex consultation processes. In 2006, as a media communication lecturer and as a resident, I engaged academically with energy generation in South Africa because Eskom was scoping the social and environmental impacts for a new nuclear power station in South Africa to improve electricity grid stability. One of the proposed sites lay near Gqeberha and two in the Western Cape. This included the public consultation process for a 30-meter high triple distribution power line. Just visualize it, it's 3 times as high as this room. As a secondary project, the burning issue for me and for my neighbors, as well as most people in the area, it staked out over my home in the commercial farming and nature tourism valley, including a 40,000 hectare state-owned wilderness area. Within our participation in the publicly held impact assessments of the consulting company, I truly learned to read and write again, more in the citizen interest than ever before. We also learned to plan and strongly put our concerns across to the company because they were conducting the scoping process along very fixed communication lines. This involved several large, very confrontational public meetings through over a year, with residents angry and despondent at the same time because they felt outwitted by the strategic communication of the company and did not see themselves reading the enormous documents. My valley's residents founded a conservancy, which we formally registered with the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism, representing 14,500 hectares of various commercial farming and nature tourism entities. As its committee, we represented these hectares with a very diverse skill set. There was a botanist, an accountant and farmer, an artist, an engineer, a medical doctor, and myself as a communication lecturer. Through many meetings, hours, weeks, months, and by reading and responding to their public feedback in 4 volumes of some 300 pages each, we represented our constitutional rights as members of the public. In parallel to our engagement, the residents of Port Elizabeth townships, where the power line route continues, similarly resisted the presentations of the company, focusing particularly on safety issues in their urban landscape. They too were able to identify flaws. 2 years later, by the time the final scoping report was issued, the planners had had to remap the routing of the power line because of these repeated formal objections to their scoping reports, and because we had identified several problem issues and what they call a fatal flaw in the plan. That means the project cannot run. The new route was over an adjacent valley of commercial pine forest plantations, which represented neither an environmental nor a socioeconomic concern. The intended municipal route over dense residential areas had to be abandoned. I narrated this intensely frustrating but successful process as an example for citizens standing up against a formalized process as required and authorized by the laws, managed by a specialized company that often functions to put us in doubt of these very rights by fragmenting the public feedback. 15 years later, last year, the newspapers reported that the entire nuclear power station and power line plan in our area was eventually scrapped because that power station has been authorized to be built next to Coburg in Cape Town, which is an expansion of existing infrastructure. We had learnt the language of scoping reports and EIAs, and we had acted as civilians in the constitutional right to access to information of the state and its plans. How does one even start to understand the technical principles, administrative jargon, legal context, regulatory processes that control the news reporting about energy sources, expensive oil and gas industry processes, and most of all, the mechanisms of public consultation? Do you see where I'm going? There's no science, there's no engineering here. This is plain language and communication between human beings. How does one gain an understanding of the critical concerns about the environment and get a grip on the many voices about social environmental concerns? I don't need to talk to you about the Paris agreements. There is endless literature about them. Essentially, it drives a sustainable resource discourse. It has forced numerous industries to change their operations. And it is a continued environmentalist awareness raising, and operational regulatory control has been changed by this pressure. And it's shifted to a rhetoric by oil and gas companies that they're now insisting they have legacy projects, which is dirty oil, oil and gas, the way we know it from the many videos we've seen, so as to sustain the so-called needs of the market to keep our cars running, while restructuring their operations to more sustainable energy sources for the future. In an article entitled "The Energy Future Has Arrived," the authors state, energy leaders cannot cling to the business models of the past. They must seize the opportunity and transform. These powerful forces are unstoppable and transformational. The industry is moving away, therefore, and some will say it's permanently, from hydrocarbons and toward renewable sources. Solar, wind, tidal, geothermal energy will comprise more of the global energy mix. A more disruptive change will come in the mobility from battery-powered electric vehicles that are already replacing gas and diesel-powered cars. Then there is green hydrogen, which uses renewable energy to extract hydrogen from water through the process of electrolysis. However, at the opposite angle of reporting, and this was after a long search in the internet, which I absolutely love, it's like my type of gaming, I found the Deloitte Guide to Oil and Gas in East Africa, a 10-year-old publication. It traced several continental shelf oil reservoir discoveries as follows. In the 12 months since our first edition, East Africa has continued to hit the industry headlines, and it seems safe to predict that this will continue for the rest of 2014. And they say expectations across the region are high. Note, there is no agent, no person, no entity who has these expectations. This is a company speaking. But there is still a long and perhaps winding road to follow before upstream oil and gas exploitation starts to deliver results in terms of higher living standards. We've heard this before. And increased tax revenues for governments. We've heard that before. Unfortunately, they write, there are already signs of impatience. Who's impatient? Where? And managing expectations is going to be a key challenge in the coming years, not only for the oil and gas companies themselves, but even more importantly for governments and politicians. What are we actually talking about? It also needs to be remembered that massive investments are required, and governments need to maintain a welcoming environment for the foreign investors who will provide the billions in dollars of finance. So I tried to do a very brief rhetorical analysis of this guide and identify a few messages. The rhetorical projection of impatience and expectations onto the resource-owning countries, because what's in the soil belongs to the government, to the country, implicitly establishes the oil company as a desirable service provider, and it positions host company governments as drivers of exploration, while in fact the block licenses that are sold off to these companies are auctioned to the companies by the governments in the first instance. Then there is the perennial suggestion of hydrocarbon resources delivering higher living standards. This is an outdated logic that at the latest should have been abandoned since the term resource curse, as we know it very well for Nigeria and Angola, was coined for oil-rich nations in 1993. 10 years further today, offshore exploration companies and coastal nation governments have opened a number of prospecting activities. I'm going to show you some maps just now. That usually are poorly communicated to the public before they're put in the public space. Thus, the market guide of Deloitte suggests a positive reception by those resource-owning countries and pushes clearly for the adoption of the costly resource extraction plans. I continue with the explicit message about certain countries. The guide emphatically positions that offshore natural gas sources in Mozambique have led to a chain of extraction pipeline facilities. There has been a pipeline that's been laid to South Africa, their main customer at this stage. Then there has been liquid natural gas takeoff points, some on ships, some in shore-based facilities, in southern Tanzania and in Mozambique. Tanzania's coastal shelf has been mooted as holding large volumes of deep-lying oil and gas, that's like 2,000 meters down, especially from a basin that deeply underlies the fishing and tourism archipelago of Zanzibar's 52 islands that I showed in the beginning, including the World Heritage Site of Zanzibar Stone Town. Lamu in Kenya, another World Heritage Site, has a new port under construction, and the World Heritage Site is just around a corner of land. The sea flows everywhere. There's a connectivity there. South Africa, with the longest shoreline, has mapped and marketed concessions on numerous offshore blocks of gas and oil prospecting with varying outcomes. Many companies have purchased licenses for offshore gas blocks. Mosgas's existing refinery, now under Petrosa in Mossel Bay, has been closed, however, due to the exhaustion of the gas fields 165 kilometers offshore. And you can find all this online, which had sustained extraction through an undersea pipeline since the 1980s, for the area. Newly estimated gas finds are positioned much deeper in the ground. Well-coordinated public protest, you may remember this, in the past few years during COVID-19 has indeed led to the retraction of a 2012 lease of the Wild Coast waters to seismic prospecting by Shell. And in a 2022 Grahamstown court case, they were prohibited to continue. The ships had to leave. There were enormous protests of people with T-shirts coming down from the Transkei coast, both local fishermen and families of residents, making a very, very visual appeal. And last week, Shell's appeals against this at the Constitutional Court was also overturned. Yesterday, I was waiting at the airport for the connecting flight from Dar es Salaam, and I found this advert, which I also saw exactly the same in Dar es Salaam. I just want to play it to you. It doesn't have sound. Total Energies will continue to provide sustainable energies. Yet one of the pictures that we saw on this very beautifully executed line drawing was a picture of an oil rig which have had enormous problems in other countries. They have yielded a lot of oil and gas, but there are also continuing problems. And in fact, a week ago, it was stated that Total Energies does not have the right to talk about sustainable energies in this advert. They haven't yet removed it, so that's why I quickly shot it while I could. So 5W and H questions, as you've all learned at high school, for news reporting and advertising can actually be applied to this very advert. So who is the company? Dumb question, that's Total Energies. But what exactly do they represent? They are enormous. They are prospecting all over the world and specifically on the African continental shelf in the established countries as well as in the new countries. What are they visually suggesting and for where? They start off with the globe, then they focus on Africa, then they focus on South Africa. And they talk about agreements, research and technology. How do they plan to do this? Just in the advert. Building a globally integrated energy company. What is integrated? What is globally? What is energy company? Why do they have to make this effort to make this statement? Where and when is this supposed to happen? The line drawing sequence suggests the engineering of windmills, an offshore oil or gas drilling or extraction rig, a fuel station, solar panels, and then the images change to affective content. A soccer ball, people watching TV, and the mother and child doing homework with a lab. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so why is this important? They suggest, with their final line, for the purpose of providing energy that is more reliable, and then the final new company logo develops from the line that the girl is drawing on her homework, suggesting that it is tied to her future. Well, that's my reading. Maybe it's not their reading. This logo is used throughout the customer countries of the eastern African coast of Africa. Now, in the following sequence, I'm going to jump through a couple of maps very quickly. This is also from the Deloitte guide. I've just taken images from the particular blocks in each country on the African shoreline, and these sites are specifically on the continental shelf. There's also drilling further afield, but these were the blocks that have been marketed over the last 10 years. So sometimes they've been explored, sometimes they've been sold to companies, and there's a huge market. So how do you find out who these companies are? Well, it's quite simple, they tell you. We've got all these companies here. You've got foreign companies, Taipan Resources, Marathon Oil, but number of countries, number of projects are actually the total government, a total and government of Kenya, and then the private providers that work with the government. You have companies that you know. You have Qatar, for instance. We have Pan Continental Oil. We have Imara Energy Corporation. We have a Swiss oil company. We have a Norwegian oil company. And this is all on the internet. You can find it. It's not difficult to identify, and you don't need technology to understand it. Let's try Tanzania. The shoreline is on the right-hand side, the slightly greener blocks. You can see them, and this is exactly the territory where I showed you the young man standing at the harbor wall. They've already prospected there. They've already done the seismic prospecting that the Wild Code protests were trying to stop them from. The people didn't know about it because the regulations of the National Environmental Management Act aren't as strict as those in the South African context, where everything has to go through these public meetings and the public can go to court if something seems fishy. And I'm saying it in that way intentionally. Again, there are many companies involved. We have, in the Tanzanian example, we have local companies. We have the government of Tanzania. We have Wentworth Resources. We have Malagarasi, which is, no, that's Motherland Homes. We have Norwegian Energy. We have Shell, Statoil. We have companies from a number of countries. Mozambique, again. The interesting thing about Mozambique is, different to Tanzania and Kenya, they have actually faced enormous violence, particularly in the northern part that you can see at the top of the map on the right. This is where the youth have become violent in fundamentalist religious groups. and where killings have been happening, so to the extent that some oil companies actually pulled out. So there's a backlash to the from the public and the disempowered youth to this wealth that is literally being worked and extracted in front of their eyes without them actually benefiting from it. And again, you see the list of companies, again from Deloitte. This is South Africa, and this is a very simple map. There's a much more complicated one, which even breaks down all of these blocks into sub-blocks. All of this has been declared by the government, sold off to companies to prospect, and there is literature about it in the company reports and so on. It is because of the South African right to access to information that we can look at these, and the government is obliged to put this online. But even internationally, companies are obliged to put their reports online. So if you are a sniffer dog and you play in the internet, you can find enormous amounts of information. So what do we write when we report oil and gas? There seemed to be an idea in the past that there is the good things and the bad things, but there are never just two stories, because the number of people who are involved in this industry, the number of people who are involved in the effects of this industry are countless. So I've tried to identify 7 or 8 angles, but there are many more. So I'm just going to run you through them. The resources are located in geological formations, and just as a playful thought, these formations predate national states. They predate our existence as human beings. And so the exploration and extraction activities must be legally regulated through international frameworks, and they are. These frameworks are delimited by the coastal state boundary of 200 nautical miles, as opposed to the high seas beyond them, which are also explored, where the vessels and concessions by flag states, basically a company owning a vessel to exploit there, are being exercised. Secondly, the complex and expensive processes of exploration and the extraction industry thereafter require highly specialized technical expertise and a very costly infrastructure. You can already read jobs, life improvement. It's not going to happen like that, because these expertises are not available at the place where this is happening, and therefore the locals are going to run short. Due to the history of the oil and gas industry, such facilities are owned and operated by international oil companies, IOCs, from northern countries, from Russia, the Middle East and North African countries, but only very few southern countries, like Nigeria, Brazil, and Australia, and in the meantime, Angola as well, are present there. This group of companies thus continues to dominate the global hydrocarbon extraction industry, and there is a growth also in the Chinese company, which have this vast economy behind them. Thirdly, there's a point of national boundaries. Coastal nations within whose national boundaries, and that includes the continental shelf 200 nautical miles offshore, the resources have been identified there, but they own the rights to these. And thus they require national, legal, administrative, and fiscal regulatory frameworks to normally engage with the offshore industry, as it does everywhere else, as well as engage with potential crises. Then fourthly, each government must protect its citizens' interests by regulatory frameworks, sustainable labor relations, social and environmental impact assessments, market structures, and fiscal discipline to ensure that revenue benefits the citizens who co-own these resources. In countries with poor media freedom and a history of politician corruption, regulatory principles may not be transparently applied and have led to fiscal losses as well as danger to citizens due to social conflict, unhealthy environmental conditions, and vast environmental damage. And I'm thinking here about the Niger Delta, certain Middle Eastern oil fields, or the lack of consultation on the East African crude oil pipeline, which was only reported by mainstream media when rural people were being forcibly displaced by a state decree. Fifthly, there is international solidarity, so this is the kind of activist space. And there are regulatory mechanisms, and these play a significant role in the public sphere communication on the oil and gas industry. Representing fishermen, and let's face it, these are probably the only people who are going to see what's happening on the sea. The World Forum of Fisher Peoples is a global entity that allows the formation of new international alliances and also enabled local movements to exercise pressure on a government through the United Nations, which has been keeping up with this regulatory necessity. This global organization, World Forum of Fisher Peoples, and I quote here from Peterson, provides an opportunity and a space for engaging in another long struggle, what should culminate in the UN Food and Agricultural Organization endorsing the UN guidelines on securing sustainable small-scale fisheries. This was the first ever instrument specifically addressing the human rights of small-scale fishers. Then a sixth point, we are in the human rights space. The coastal country must recognize constitutional human rights in and beyond the territory and empower civic watchdog organizations, such as the media, to report on and respond to potential impacts that the offshore hydrocarbons industry might have on the human environmental life system. I'm saying that specifically, human-environmental life system. This is a combination of human and ecological sustainability is therefore one topic, not two. It's not in the human benefit as opposed to environmental exploitation, as in the past century's industrialization-driven framework, but this principle is already explicitly stated in international treaties on environmental duties of countries and industries at sea, and in national constitutions, primarily our own, which is very strong, that stipulate the right of its present and future citizens to a clean present and future environment. By rhetorically and principally combining the duty towards the environment with a sustainable human future as one mindset, the offshore organisms and area are included in the regulated duty of care by its users, that is, the national users, the fishermen, the oil companies, and anybody else who's scraping around on the soil or beneath it. And oil companies are increasingly being obliged to observe this. Of further significance in this regard is the recent recognition of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, that is, genetics, that is, microorganisms, in the law of the sea, which is an international entity. Then intergovernmental organizations, we're still in the human rights space, and individual players in the human rights context have globally evolved into a converged interactive community that can be present in many discussions simultaneously and often operates along non-hierarchical communication flows, which is crucial for information to flow freely, virally, as Generation Z knows very well. This public sphere provides several facets of communication in the context of hydrocarbon industries. It functions as a watchdog of industry activities. It may provide legal support. It may provide solidarity structures for communities that may feel isolated. It can rapidly organize large campaigns with international visibility. And it has access to experts who are able to relate local concerns to legislation and regulatory frameworks. Such monitoring entities may therefore intervene in the forced silence created by non-transparent state organs towards their citizens, and they can recruit support in virtual and actual engagement with a particular issue of concern, and thus create pressure mechanisms against unethical practitioners. On the other hand, oil companies are obliged by international standards through that 40-year pressure time to fulfill international sustainable practices, and are guided in their reporting by advisory documents such as sustainability reporting guidance for the oil and gas industry, which you can download. In their various reports, they are instructed on how to structure information and topics in such a way as to address sustainability matters as international regulations require, but because it's a business report, they may withhold detailed information that is part of operational measures and problem solving. And thus the industry has already adapted to the pressure from environmentalist and human rights activists, amplified through the intergovernmental organizations and international regulation, to include some of these categories in their reports. But now we have to take a step back. I was talking about journalism earlier on, and we're talking about hydrocarbon reporting. The text genre of a company report does not have the same functions as the text genre of investigative journalism. In fact, it's quite the opposite. And as such, industry positively profiles the financial and operational success of the operation rather than offering critical views on the company by nature of the text. So the ninth point, I think I counted wrong in the beginning, specialist oil and gas industry periodicals, and there are lots of them, I'll show you some lists, showcase technological facts and market-related details rather than fault-finding. This is visually underscored by colorful professional photography of installations, positive reports, and results-oriented process reporting. And there are quite a number of things. If you want this presentation, I'm quite happy to give it to you. They are the oilprice.com publication. Reuters obviously runs this as part of its industrial and hydrocarbon section. Geoexpo.com, Impact Oil and Gas, offshore magazine, lots and lots of details. Africa Oil and Gas Report.com, Energy Capital and Power.com, worldoil.com. These are open source publications. If you want to get into more detail, you have to subscribe, but you can get a fair amount of detail by just opening the website. The East African.co.za is a normal newspaper. They're looking at Kenya, Indian oil dream, test drilling negative results. So there's also feedback from the mass media, where some journalists went and did their homework and actually provided the information that the project wasn't as successful as it was planned. You have africaenergy.com, you have the websites from the various countries. And so, once again, I've tried to make a couple of themes like government press releases and about planned prospecting. You can find it on the national websites of the government. South African government is a model government in terms of making everything available that you need to know. So you just basically need to scroll your way through the government websites. The WWW National Environmental Management Act of Kenya, Tanzania, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline has its own website. There are specific publications from the from the academic sector. Mozambique LNG, liquid natural gas, has its own website. And there are government press releases too about prospecting results, which are sometimes basically just fed into the normal news media. And then they might find a journalist who thinks, what do I know about this? I can't write about this. Let me just follow what the politician is saying. And they're actually failing us. And like one of the presenters was saying at the conference in Dar es Salaam where I was last week, they are PR officers. They are no longer journalists, because we can do this. I haven't used any technology in the last couple of minutes, and we can do this. Then environmental concerns on a planned or existing project. The EIA, environmental impact assessments, the scoping reports. The Green Connection is an activist organization. They've got their own website. Urgewald is a research website. Oceans Not Oil is an activist website. There are Fueling the Crisis in Mozambique, how export credit agencies contribute to climate change and humanitarian disaster. This seems to profile the entire oil and gas industry negatively. That's not my point. In fact, I am who I am because I've used a lot of petrol and a lot of air miles and a lot of airplanes to go into many places. But it has to make us think, where does our citizen duty to inform the public and our personal pleasure of filling up our tank and going out, where does that bounce? Where does that have to be negotiated? And how does that communicate to our citizen rights to talk to the industries who make this possible? There are now also public responses to operations in a particular project. These are scoping reports, EIAs. They are online because of the law in South Africa that they have to be online. Regulatory processes by government and in the industry. Ministries have websites, industries have websites. The Generation Z shouldn't have any issues by just putting your finger there, click, 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 click. You've got it. And then tender agencies are also online. How can you get a tender in the African oil industries? Anything from providing a generator right through to providing an oil rig. So there's a lot of information. So let's just have a brief look, I'm nearly finished, on projections of future natural gas markets, and this comes from the SADC Regional Gas Master Plan 2018. If you look at that map, it shows you arrows, which mean there is a port of export, and you can see the arrow going to the country that is buying that oil. We've heard about helping us improve our living standards, improving our local connectivity, improving our light stability, our electricity stability. But when we look at this, we see that a majority of sales from, let's say, the Nigerian coast are going abroad to high-use countries like India, like the European complex. If you take the coast of Angola, they're in the southwest, going to India, going to various other companies. And so the flows that have been promised by the oil company documents to benefit us as citizens, and for which we allow our politicians to do this business on our behalf, are actually not going back into the villages. Like the East African Crude Oil Pipeline caused a lot of suffering because people were just told, leave. use a plot, there's a bit of money, leave. This place is becoming a crude oil pipeline. And the last part, and this is for the gamers at heart, I don't play gaming, but I do play internet. And I found this great fun website, vesselfinder.com. It's free. You can't go into the deep detail. And I've looked at, this was for a Namibian coastal project, I looked at, okay, which company's involved? Okay, there's Norway. Let me see what Norwegian vessels I can find. Vessel Finder gives you a whole range of different types of ships, passenger ships, cargo ships, and other. So I thought, other must include oil rigs. So I looked at other. I put Namibia. I put, let's say I had a Norwegian company in this case. Boing, there it came. Here's a Norwegian oil rig that has been doing the prospecting for a particular, done it again, for a particular company. There's a picture of it. On the right-hand side, they tell you where it is, how long it's been there, and on the bottom of the page here, where it is more or less positioned. And you can see it's exactly positioned in that oil or gas-rich area, which they've estimated to be an area that makes Namibia compete with Angola and Nigeria. And that gives me, really, it gives me the creeps, because Namibia is a dry country with a relatively stable environment. It has diamond mining along the coast, but this is a completely new game. So I want to leave you with this. This is your responsibility. Thank you. Do I sit down?
Thank you very much, Professor Wozniak, for that very incisive, thought-provoking, and forward-thinking ideas on a topic that's very close to home for us. Okay, so we are going to invite 5 questions and answers. Prof. Wozniak would note the questions. So I guess I can start by identifying who would want to ask questions. Also, we could take comments. Okay, we have our first speaker. Yes, would you?
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I do realize that you talk about the relationship between public participation and climate change, environmental issues, and how best maybe we can manage this. And as you present, I didn't see much of the role of the Southern African Development Community, the African Union, and also our own regional bodies and how they are helping out in this situation. What could be the problem? Why is it that they are not leading us? Don't they have maybe protocols on how to deal with this? And secondly, as you talk about what kind of reporting we can have as journalists, I realize that you gravitate towards data journalism, financial journalism, and so on, most of which we do not teach in our curricula in the universities. How best can we review our curriculum to include these aspects? Because we tend to think that maybe they demand a lot of technology or high skill and so on. Thank you very much, just in short.
Thank you for that, Prof. Can we get to the second question? After we've taken all 5, our keynote speaker will address all of them. Yes, there's a hand there. Yes, over.
No, thank you very much. Just arrived and make a comment. It's related to the climate change. And I think the problem that we are really facing, especially in South Africa, is the issue of the social impact and the social investment. And largely the social investment, it now overrides the social impact. I'll give you one example. We have a refinery in the country from the multinationals. But now because of the social investment, we don't really care much on the social impact which affect the climate change. And largely it's the responsibility of our local government. I'll give you a practical example. You go to Ikuruleni in Gauteng. You've got your score metal. You have also now when you look at the score metal, now there is this river, the Natal Spruit, the Spruit that is there. You can't pass there during the night. It's so bad. But now that needs regulation. And now if ever we don't apply and implement the bylaws, that's where the problem starts. I know in the Val, especially the Asolo metal, obviously there's a limit in terms of how the pollution, there is a limit. And then there was a time where the municipality in the Val, they have to take them to court and they have to pay more than 3 million just to exceed that limit. But if ever we don't regulate that and then we don't implement those bylaws, that's where the problem starts. And I think that's one thing that I think we should really pay attention to, and to make sure that we regulate our multinationals. Even Sasol, it is ready to be regulated. I mean, you go to Vanderbilt Park, you go in the evening, really it's very bad in terms of, I think those are the things that we can really deal with if we are really strong in implementing what we have as our policies. That's my comment that I want to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that salient question as well. We're looking for our third question. Yes, could we go?
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. I was wondering that perhaps in your research, whether you come across the political economy of oil and gas companies and how these kind of intersect with the political economy of the media, in the sense that oil and gas companies are spending billions of dollars to invest in media companies. They are sponsoring media events, and what you get is media personnel touting talking points of oil and gas company. So I was just wondering whether in your study, whether you came across case studies like that, especially in the scope of Africa where your research has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Bro, for that. Yes. Over to you.
Thanks, Program. Thanks for the eye-opening, Professor. But my question relates to the relationship between poor governance and oil extraction in Africa, as well as the relationship between this over-regulatory framework does it hamper the over-regulatory framework? Does it hamper business in that sector? Because from the liberalistic point of view, it is assumed that the over-regulatory framework is an interference. So I want to find the relationships. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've noted that. There's one more. We would like to, the keynote speaker wants to request that we get a question from a woman. Anyone up for that take? Please don't disappoint us. Come along, ladies and gentlemen. Well, ladies. Dr. Samukisi, you don't have a question? I saw you were just eagerly, showing interest. Anyone else? Okay, in the absence of that, could we then get a question from anyone in the audience? We had some very compelling questions, very interesting, thought-provoking. So I'm sure our keynote speaker wants to take the stage again to elaborate and inform us on all those questions that we put forward. Okay, if there are none, I can invite Professor Wozniak back to the podium, as she will then address those fundamental questions that was asked.
Thank you for your questions. And of course they're scary, but that's why we're here. All right, the first question was what the position is of the SADC, African Union, and other regional bodies in these kind of negotiations. And it kind of links a little bit to how we see things and how we see hierarchy in communication. And that's my personal view, it's not a research view. The SADC people are older people, they are specialized in certain disciplines, they have certain functions, they have certain mandates, and so by nature of their mandates they have a certain division of powers in a way. Same thing would go for the African Union, which is an overarching institution that doesn't always actually get down to ground level. Are there any protocols? I would assume that there are, because they tie in with the international protocols of how such communication must be done. I think one of the big problems, and this is not so much in South Africa as the other countries who haven't yet had the 30 years of vigorous democracy that we have had, and where the public, the activists, where people can go to court about a certain issue and actually win the case. In some of the other countries, the politicians themselves are part of the flow chain, if I want to call it that, of where money goes, because they are being required to approve certain processes. I did some research last year for a presentation on activism against the East African crude oil pipeline, and this also answers to your research question, I think it came from there, where I looked at online television and online debates about this pipeline. There was a very young lady, very, very angry and very outspoken. Then there was the minister who was responsible for oil and gas. And there was some company representative. The minister literally shouted down and insulted the young lady for her view, saying, this is all not true, you're just speaking from a subjective point of view, you're emotional. The industry speaker sided with the minister, and eventually the host, who was an American host, so in that sense there was an outside moderator, he eventually just switched off their microphones and let the woman carry on speaking. A young lady, she couldn't have been older than late 20s. So, because these power structures are in place, and because ministers are saddled with certain responsibilities and mandates, they're also inherently open to coercion, to, if you want to call it corruption, or just pushing a little bit of favor in a certain way. And I'm not saying this categorically, but this is by nature. If there's a lot of money flowing, people become susceptible to accepting some of that money. I want to position this cautiously. This has been extreme in the Nigerian case, where we've had activists like Ken Saro-Wiwa killed together with 7 other activists in I think it was 1996. They still haven't actually finished that court case because he was opposing that type of politician engagement. So the part of the question was, I tended a little bit towards data and financial journalism, and it seems to be technical. I know that we generally don't teach it at undergraduate level, but I strongly think that we should actually have the kind of content that I've attempted to give here as part of the honors programs, because these are young people who have the skills that Generation Z has. I mean, like, I just need to give you my presentation and I trust you, it's going to be there, it's going to run. If there's something in the linkages of a conference, the generation can do it. So we need to actually give them the freedom of using their technical ability to search further for us. I'm going to retire very soon. This is basically, I'm handing over the bird, you need to make it fly. That's kind of my feeling about such topics. And I think ministers are vested with very firm identities. And sometimes it's very difficult for them to actually step over those compliant kind of attitudes. The second question was about climate change. There's a social impact that is being sidelined by the social investment. Now, that's a very difficult question, and it ties back to my slide where I tried to say an environmental concern and a human concern, those are not two things, those are actually one thing. Our constitution makes it very clear that we have the right to clean water, we have the right to a future for all our present and future citizens. So it's kind of a leftover from the industrializing period, especially the last 100 years where the oil industry grew, to think that one excludes the other. Social investment is house building, is building programs for the youth. The impact have to be part of that social investment. If a particular entity, a particular community is given a financial boost, that doesn't have to be built by the builders. That has to come into community consultation process. It has to come into a process of who's involved in the area, who's a legitimate stakeholder in the area, and that's what I gave you in the beginning as an example. I know that, for instance, in the Transkei area of the Eastern Cape, roads were supposed to be built, and the residents interfered with the building teams because they said, we were never told about these jobs. We were never consulted. We were never asked to take the spade and build the road. So the communication process, and this is why we are in communication and in journalism, the communication processes are absolutely crucial, and the hierarchical flow of instructions must be questioned. Our constitution gives us all the rights and all the dignities that we need to do that in. But sometimes we shy back because that person is established, that minister is established. And of course, in that silence, that type of abuse can grow, the abuse of resources. There was a question about the safety around, I guess it was one of the Sasol plants, one of the refineries. There are very strict regulations about the ecological cleanliness of such plants. I know from a conference where I attended as where there was I think it was Sasol. They have 40,000 sensors across the entire plant that take measurements, certain number of, I think it's a measurement every minute. That entire plant is monitored. I know that in the Katse Dam in Lesotho, which is a hollow structure, a former student of mine is the PR officer there. We went into the dam wall. Every 3 meters there is a sensor to show, is this wall moving? Is it stable? But are we listening to those? Are we actually putting those out to our students and saying, write a story about how the Katse Dam is secured. Write a story how these measurements, which come from statistics and engineering, how do they talk to the PR program? How do they talk to the security programs? How is staff security ensured there? It's a much bigger discourse than just labor, just engineering, just safety, just environmental. The regulation of multinationals, and this is kind of part of the Sasol plant dialogue as well, multinationals are incredibly powerful. If you remember one of the statements from the Deloitte guide, that this foreign capital has to come in. So Ramaphosa has been asked to make an investor-friendly environment. And so there is always a line between investor-friendly and environmental and social regulations. And to keep that line flexible and to push it back to a company getting certain impositions, social security, job offerings, there has to be that public participation by voices, whether you're writing a blog, whether you're writing on a website, or whether you're actually at the public meeting. That communication has to take place. So we cannot assume that there is any particular entity in the government or in the companies which has that responsibility. It is our responsibility as citizens to live up to the duties and rights of the Constitution. Again, this is my personal view. Then you spoke about the political economy of oil and gas. and the political economy of media sponsoring media events. There are a number of publications. I showed the websites, the URLs. There are a number of publications that actually speak for the oil and gas industry, are financed for the oil and gas industry, and therefore have a very open bias. So the presenter at the East African conference called those PR companies and not journalism companies, and that is part of the industry's self-reporting. Investigative reporting has been curtailed. I know specifically in Canada there's a lot of critical voices that are being silenced, indigenous voices that are being silenced, because the companies have such a strong hold on the government. Again, it's a negotiation process. If there is a public hearing, if there is a public commentary section, we need to grab it, otherwise it's going to be closed by the due date. And then, again, I mentioned the East African crude oil pipeline activism, which was visible on a number of platforms online, international companies supporting these activists. One of the activists was in a protest, I think it was in London or Amsterdam. When he came home, they said, here's 5,000 shillings, leave your house. They basically shut him down. So that solidarity of voices, whether with government or with company representatives, and being alert to processes where we can actually interact with these players. I think that's the big task for us as the civil population. And this is much more easy in South Africa than it would be, for instance, in Kenya, where there's still a very strong government control of this. In the Tanzanian East African crude oil pipeline, which is onshore, but it's the same context. And it's so much more difficult when you're speaking about an offshore area where there's literally nobody around who sees. So the mechanisms of the fisheries entities and indigenous communities entities need to help each other and get help from legal and international organizations. So I'm not saying that the industry should be shut down, because frankly that's just not possible. But we have processes of engagement which we need to use. And so the regulatory framework can be with us or it can be against us. If we are ignorant and we assume that they're the specialists, we seem to think that it's against us. In the court case for the Wild Coast seismic prospecting, I don't know if you followed this online. It was in COVID, so it was an online discussion. Even the court case was online. And there is a very, very dynamic advocate, Nkukai Toby, who presented this case and argued hours and hours, you can watch the entire court case online, for the fact that in 2012, the company who got this concession from the government used wrong processes to approach a couple of traditional leaders to get their signature. They didn't consult the public, and therefore the entire thing was shut down. So the tools are there, and I think to some extent our belief in people who've got the job seem to know what they're doing. That's a question that we need to ask. I don't know if that answers your questions.
Thank you very much, Prof, for further expanding on your ideas in your attempt to try to answer those questions. And I know that Prof did give us quite a detailed explanation where we thought that there were some gaps in terms of how we could understand those questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we call upon Prof Makatlela to appreciate our keynote speaker. Over to you, Prof.
Program directors, thank you for steering the ship thus far. Let me thank the university honchos. I'm entrusted with a very important yet difficult activity because, as you would know, Professor Rafapa, his English acrobatics are unmatched. So it then becomes a bit challenging to really stand in his shoes. But that's besides, and of course to him, let me say mea culpa, should I not represent you well in advance. But that's besides. And of course, thanks Prof. Wozniak for your very insightful presentation. And I believe that it is a very well-timed paper, because at the present moment, you all know that the Sustainable Development Goals are all out there for us to embrace as we move towards ensuring sustainability of human lives and, of course, our ecology. What I have picked up is that what her paper is saying to us is that oil and gas mining companies conducting their business affairs responsibly for sustainability of our climate and human lives. And of course, what I pick up is that most of their activities are questionable. And it is not only in the oil and gas industry. I take it cut across. You can just go to the Sekhukhune area there. We can tell what is happening there. So it's seemingly a mining issue. I believe that we as citizens, governments, we have to really make sure that we tackle collectively. But what is important in her paper, she's saying to us, what would critical journalism do to help citizens and our climate to be sustainable? And she mentioned that critical journalism or journalists would have to see to it that they ask critical questions for general men in the communities who are affected by these issues. They must hold these companies accountable by asking, who are these people? Why are they here? Because general men, general community members are not allowed on site. They are not allowed into those mining activities. They do not have the critical readership to interrogate some of the legalities. But of course, what I also have to put to you, Prof, here is that how then do governments take the responsibility of taking care of their own citizens, while governments themselves oftentimes are bribed by the very multinational companies? That's mine to you, that in as much as, yes, journalists are there to help us to hold these companies to account, but mine is, how do we trust the very same government which oftentimes, use laymanly, they say, they sleep under the same blanket with these multinational companies? That is the one that I'll leave to you. But I think this question, this paper is very critical because it sensitizes, it questions you and I as citizens to stand up, to wake up and hold these multinational companies if we are to see to it that our climate is sustainable for the benefit of ourselves and, of course, all the natural resources that we rely on. Yes, indeed, we rely on energy, but it must be harvested and harnessed for our benefit in a sustainable way, because if we do not take care of this climate and our earth, we are going to all perish. So it's our responsibility as intelligent human beings to see to it that we adapt. And to adapt, it means to make sure that we take care of our environment, including holding these sharks to account so that we, the sardines and the salmons, live forever. Thank you, Prof, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those words to our speaker, appreciating our speaker. I now call upon our Dean, Professor Mauto, together with Professor Madatz, to come up to the podium. Okay, right. In the meantime, can I please invite the marimba band to come back? I believe that they have a second item that they want to render for us. Please, our young band members, Can you come forward? That was awesome. Can we give them another round of applause? Okay, I would just like to make a few announcements while we are waiting for our next process to happen to round up the program, the first part. Okay, the announcement is regarding our tea. Just remember, for the audience, it will be served in the foyer, and for the faculty leadership plus our guests, it's in the DMSTE boardroom. And please, we need to be mindful of time as we are running a bit late with regard to our program. Can we just take 15 minutes for our tea so we can get the next part of the program going? Okay, so in the meantime, while we are waiting for Prof. Makatlela to get back to us, our band will render us an item. Over to you, band. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please go for tea, and we will do that other item at a later point. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea, and remember, it's just 15 minutes.
Thank you, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, without any waste of time, can we just proceed with the program? It's a time for breakaway sessions. The first thing that we'll request is that all the session chairs, they should just go straight to their venue so that we can also start here. We are just going to do that breakaway sessions. So there are about 4 venues that others should go to. So if you look there at the program, you'll be able to see that. We're just requesting the chairs that they go to their respective venues so that we can start with the business of here at Arfoot. Yeah, if you know that you're chairing a session in a different venue, please, just go that side. You can leave now. What? Yes. I've already announced. Okay, so those that will be presenting here, may I just ask all the presenters maybe to come and sit at the front so that there will be no movement. If you know that you'll be presenting here, please come at the front. The way we're going to do it, we'll start with the presentation and then we'll be able to take questions at the end. So we'll allow all the speakers to present and then you'll just be noting your questions. Do we have Mr. Kananga? If you are here, you can come and sit this side. Mudiba MC, you can come. Mutapo MS. Mahorine. Okay, you can just sit at the front. Okay, so maybe not to also waste time, if you know that maybe you did not give us your presentation, you can come with it. If you have a flash drive, you can give it to Prof. Mutelo there, so that once we start, we just move smoothly. Speakers. All right, so my name is Wiseman Matebula. I'll be the chair for the session. I'm not alone. I'm with Prof. DJ Mutelo. So either one of us will come to the front and then we just move like that. I believe that all the presenters are this side. So how we're going to do it, because we're already our time is already affected, maybe we'll just try to give each speaker 20 minutes, and then after that, you sit down. Those that will want to ask questions, they will just be noting those questions, and then we'll all ask questions at the end, after all the presenters have presented, so that we don't, after each and every speaker, we allow those questions. So without any waste of time, can I call Mr. Kananga from the Save University of Mozambique to come and share his presentation. Thank you, sir. Is this the one projected?
Yeah.
They will do it that side when we just continue. Okay.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for this opportunity that I'm given to share with this very rich and enlightened audience of dolphins, free of sharks. The results of the study that we conducted around the education language policy in Lusophone Africa, of course, the case of Mozambique. The outline of our presentation comprises 6 short sections, begin by the introduction, where we very briefly present the education language policy in the Lusophone Africa, and particularly the impact of effective education language office in the well-being of the country. We also discuss at the introduction the problems that have motivated our study and the objectives that we intend to achieve with this study. In the chapter of literature review, we very briefly discuss the education language policy in Mozambique, the effects of the education language policy adopted by the Mozambican government, the bilingual education programs, and the possible impact of bilingual education program adopted in Mozambique in the national well-being. In the section of methodology, we discuss the methodological approaches that have guided our data collection and the analysis. Then we discuss the impact of education language policy adopted in Mozambique in the national well-being before coming to our conclusion and our recommendations. According to USUFU 2012, an effective language policy does not only develop linguistic skills among the members of the speech community, but it would also promote social, economic, and the ideological value of the societies. Shimbutani 2018 suggests that the adoption of a national language policy in multilingual countries like Mozambique sustains many debates and suspicions that must be answered by an accurate study, since the adoption of a national language can contribute to cohesion, promotion of national identity, and social development. In the advent of the African independences in the late 1960s, administrative decisions were made to adopt languages of the colonizers as the official language under the excuse that these languages express a broader international scope when compared with the national and other languages, according to Shibutane 2018. Erickson 2010 and Shibutan 2018 add that the adoption of the language of the colonizers were under the excuse that these languages expressed a broader international scope, would promote prospect in education and national unity. However, after 48 years of independence of most of these Lusophone African countries, the national identity is at stake, and these countries are mainly known by their political instability in the post-colonial era, civil wars, coup d'etats, poor education quality, and limited international mobility. The research intended to address the question, to what extent does the language policy in place in Mozambique impact the national well-being in terms of their international mobility, prospects in education, and the national unity? The study discusses the impact of education language policies on national well-being in Mozambique. Reflected from the general objective, we intend to discuss the education language policy in Mozambique. We intend to identify the impact of education language policy in the national well-being. If we consider the 6 Lusophone African countries we have in the sub-Saharan Africa, Mozambique and Angola, the largest Lusophone countries, and around the equator, we have the Equatorial Guinea, and beside Equatorial Guinea, you may not clearly see it because this is an archipelago with 10 islands of Sao Tome and Principe. And in the western coast, we have Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Both Cape Verde and Sao Tome and Principe, they are archipelago. We see that there are a lot of similarities in these 6 countries. From the geographic point of view, we see that all of them, they are bordered by the sea. They have similarities in terms of their history, in terms of their language, and even in terms of the level of their development. In terms of their history, all of them, they were colonized by the Portuguese, with the exception of Equatorial Guinea, that was colonized both by the Portuguese and the Spaniards. All of them, they experienced a long war for their independence. They also experienced a lack of political instability in the post-colonial periods, civil war, coup d'etats, and one-period system according to Morale 2020. In terms of their level of development, if we measured using the GDP per capita in 2024, we see that none of these 6 Lusophone African countries are among the 7 most developed countries in Africa. We find Angola in the 8th position, and we have to run down up the 23rd position to find Mozambique. And at the tail, we have the 3 Equatorial Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and Sao Tome and Principe as the poorest countries in Africa in terms of their development measured by the GDP. According to the Human Development Report 2023, we can divide the Human Development Index into 4 categories: the very high Human Development Index, the high Human Development Index, the medium development index, and the low Human Development Index. And again, we find that both in the very high Human Development Index and in the high Human Development Index, none of the 6 Lusophone African countries appears. We find at the medium development index 4 countries: Cape Verde, Equatorial Guinea, Sao Tome, and Angola. And in the low human development index, we find Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau, which shows that these Lusophone African countries have been underperforming in terms of their development. And we start then questioning what may have motivated that. Could it have been the education language policy that they have adopted, or the Portuguese language that they have adopted as their official language? According to Erickson, 2010, language policy is a set of decisions regarding the language to be taught, the intervenience, the time span, the methodological approaches, the official status of a language, the context in which it has to be taught, and the implications and the strategies. The education language policy in Mozambique is based on 2 articles on the Mozambican Constitution, Article number 9, that says that the nation values the national languages as cultural and education heritage and promotes their development and increased usage as languages that portray people's identity. In Article 10 of the same Constitution, we have that in the Republic of Mozambique, Portuguese is the official language. As a way of backing the implementation of the language policy outlined in the Article 9 of the Constitution mentioned previous, the Minister of Education issued Article 4 of Decree 692 on the uses of African languages in education. Under the framework defined within the current decree, the national education system must value the development of national languages, promote their gradual introduction in education in their citizens. However, it was only in 1993 that Mozambique introduced the first time ever the pilot bilingual education project in Gaza and the Tete province out of the 10 provinces that we have in Mozambique, putting an end to the exclusive use of Portuguese as the only medium of instruction in the country. The main aim of the bilingual education program were to contribute to the improvement of the quality of the basic education in Mozambique, and not to promote the use of the national language as outlined in Article 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of Mozambique. In the Mozambican context, an exit transitional bilingual program was being designed according to Shibutane 2009. According to this model, and according to the Minister of Education, a local language is used along with Portuguese as the medium of instruction from grade 1 to grade 3, and as a subject in the curriculum as through the primary education, which means that the bilingual education in Mozambique is only administered at the primary school. So we have all the secondary school and the universities with the monolingual education. The education language policy in place reflects the general colonial philosophy adopted by the colonial power. The medium of instruction is still Portuguese dominating. Political leaders, with some exceptions, continue to use Portuguese exclusively in their functions, even in contexts where national languages could have been used. Some public servants stick to the use of Portuguese to people seeking their services, even if they know that using a national language will be far more productive, and the amount of the national languages in the Mozambican media is still far from the desirable. With the rapid changing world and the uncertainty of the future, educationists, or rather philosophers of education, like Ingwenya 2000 and the Castiano 2005, have started questioning whether schools should prepare children for a competitive society with a view to facing the current competitive world and the free market, or to prepare children to what Castiano 2005 calls the Mozambicanity, which means the promotion of the Mozambican identity. Worldwide, with the advent of globalization and regional integration, governments are faced with this dichotomy, with some adopting education programs geared to the globalization, regional integration, and the free market, and others sticking to the national identity. One of the reasons for the dilemma is that in most cases, there are no representative groups, speech communities with either a representative number of speakers or a political influence, according to Usufu 2012. According to Shibundu 1997, the formulation of a language policy should be based on the research to determine what are the most dominant local languages, what are the inter-community languages, what languages are used more widely, what languages are used for what, and at which levels, and what budgets is required for further research and production of material. If we look at the Mozambican scenario, in fact, Portuguese is not the most spoken language in the households. According to the National Institute of Statistics 2019, Portuguese is spoken in the households only by 8.8%, whereas Makua is spoken by 26%, Shangana is 11%, and Sena around 6%. Which means that there is a national, in Mozambique, there are national languages with a representative number of speakers, and with which cultural traits that could be adopted as national or regional languages. As we can see in this map, the greenish part represents the Makua language, which is spoken in the northern part of Mozambique. It's a language that is spoken with roughly 26% of speakers. In the central part of Mozambique, we have Sena with roughly 6%, and in the southern part of Mozambique, which is clearly, we have a zona with around 11% of the population. In terms of methodology, quantitative and explorative case studies were used. We used a descriptive, analytical, comparative, inductive, but basically our research was a desktop research. We noticed that the schools classes are more linguistically diverse than in the past due to the mobility of the population. Out of the 10 classes visited, roughly 5 students out of the 24 students in the class spoke a different language from the rest. So we didn't find any class which was rather homogeneous. There were always some students who spoke different languages from the others. The prospects in education expected with the choice of Portuguese as the official language and the medium of instruction is hindered by the influence of English in Mozambique. The national unity expected with the exclusion of the local languages in education and in the public sector is far from being achieved. The international scope expected by the introduction of Portuguese as the official language is undermined also by the influence of English. We visited 10 shops in Gaza province, and we observed that 75% of the goods in the shops were advertised in English. Only 24 were advertised in Portuguese, and in most of the goods which were advertised in Portuguese, both languages were used, Portuguese and English, and only 1% of the goods were advertised in the local language, which was then Shangana. The international mobility of Mozambicans is greatly hindered by language barriers. South Africa, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Tanzania, all Anglophone countries, are most preferred destinations of greater number of Mozambicans for business, tourism, education, health, and motivation. The model of bilingual education in places in Mozambique promotes Portuguese local languages and determinant of local languages, which is not in consonant with the Article 9 of the Mozambican Constitution. As a conclusion, despite Mozambique being a multilingual country, there is a need to choose a national or regional language that reflects the values of Mozambicanity, different from the Portuguese language, which is associated with the colonizers' philosophy to promote the national unity. The study concluded that after roughly 49 years of independence in Lusophone Africa, states the national unity is still marked by recurrent political unrest and tribalism. The quality of education is low, global mobility is at stake, and the loss of cultural identity is critical. We recommend that the education language policy adopted in Mozambique in the future should be strongly rooted on the cultural values and national identity and highly integrated in the regional and global village. In Mozambique, one national language has to be adopted as the language of national or regional unity, and English should be gradually be introduced as the medium of instruction in secondary education in Mozambique. This can be, of course, done as a long-term project that could begin with the introduction of English introduction of English and the national language as a compulsory school subject from grade 1 to the last year of university. Thank you very much.
All right, colleagues, if you can note down the questions, you will ask questions after they would have made their presentations. The next presenter is by Miss Mudiba. Miss Mudiba. Is it not coming?
Ke a leboga ke rata go dumediša babina diphoofolo ka moka ke kgopela le ntshwarela se nna shaka ke lengwaletše ka sekgowa kua lekwe nna ke tlo kgopela go bolela ka polelo e ba nthwaletše yona ka mo University of Limpopo ke yona ke ikwešiša go feta tše dingwe ka tshwarelo ke ngwadile tše dingwe le tano kwešiša bokaonenyana fela ye ke ikwešiša kudu ke a kgopela le tshwarelo tshekaseko hawa
It's not this one. That's the one I when I'm a little latest issue. Oh, this one. Digital.
ke a leboga ke kgopela tshwarelo gabedi serero sa ka se re the first language is an obstacle to the development of mother tongue, a case of Sepedi dialects. Ke tlo bolela ka taba ya dipolelo tše pedi gore ge ngwana a belegwana le polelo ga a fitlha mo a fitlha gona a thoma thuto ya semmušo a fiwa polelo re santse go kwešiša gabotse gore na polelo ya letswele ke efe gona moo ka gore ge ngwana a fitlha ka sekolong ke nagana go rutiwa polelo ya sa e tsebeng ka gona polelo ya ka sekolo e ka sebe polelo ya letswele re santse go kgona go tla le mekgwa ya go kgona go thiba dikgala ja gore polelo ela ya ka ga ya letswele ya ngwana le yona e kgone go thegiwa e kgone go kopana le ela ya semmušo ela e le gore ile ya lekalekanyetšwa ngwana a se ya tšwelele ya bolela polelo ya go lekalekanyetšwa ka gona bana ba re sentse re ba thega re ba ruta go kopana le mathata a mantši ge ngwana a bolela le wena a re o fore o mongwe a re o nnore ke eng se se go boja gore ola wa gore no o bolela nnete ola wa re fore le mara le nna ke tlo palela go ba botsa ka gona melao e tamboja gore wa re fore ke mofe bothata fela ka bona gore ke fetoga lenaba o rute ngwana ka gore a ke na mabaka a go mmotsa gore ke mo phošiša jwang le ge melao e le gona fela melao e mongwe a e kgone go nkgavera gore ke kgone go bontšha gore ngwana ke eng ka gona e re tšwela pele go na le ditlhongwa tše dintši a go swana le bo pensalbo le di-language policy di bolela ka mokgwa di bolelang ka gona ka polelo e lekanyeditšwego ke polelo dife tše di lekanyeditšwego ke dipolelo ga dipolelo semotota tše masompedi šupa ke polelo tše pedi fela tše di lekanyeditšwego polelo ya sepedi le sekopa tše dingwe di mo kae bana ba rena ba re be le bona ka mo ba tšwa kae bana ba oya ka gona ke nagana gore go bile le go se lekalekane ke tekatekano ba re ke tekatekanyo fela ga se tekatekanyo ke nagana re boela morago ya recolonizing our languages ka gore bana ba rena re kgone go ba akaretša ka moka ka mokgwa o kgonegang ka ona bothata bo bogolo ke bona bo ke botlhalošitše ba gore ge ngwana a belegwa le polelo ye hoe fela ga a fitlha sekolong batho ba ba dileng polelo ya borena ke batho ba ba sa kwešišeng polelo ya borena ba bata e dira gore e loke bjang ka gore ba ba sa ikwešiša o ka se tšee motho wa go bolela polelong wa reta go diele polelo o santse o bitše batho ka moka batho ba be represented ka moka ga bona ge re na le 27 dialects a dipe ka moka re na le mareo a mantšintši a dipolelo tša borena a re kgone wa šomiša fela re kgona go dia maadingwa a re ka se kgone go ya ka bolobedi wa re a botoka ka re ge le dia sele re ke aone re ke le ya dingwa re ka re dia sekgowa re setiša ka mo fela re na le batho ba borena ba go bolela polelo ya borena ka baka la lenyatšo le go tšela batho ba bangwe fase re ipotsa gore dipolelo tše dingwe di ka se bolelwa se santse go lebelelwa e santse go ba taba ya morphology and phonology melao ya polelo ge ngwana a re boswa ge e kgona go ba le dinoko e kgona go ba le tlhogo ya go bona ka lebaka la re sa sola go fa ngwana mebusi ngwana o belegile a tseba boswa bogobe bo bona gona maa botsebe ge ngwana a re boswa ke a moka gore ke fela ka baka la ka terminology ya polelo boswa a bogo ngwana o fiwa nnotho ka gona a re le ke o akaretša batho ka moka policy die ke beng ba polelo e seng batho ba bangwe ba go ba le maatla trust ko boletse o mongwe wa bangwadi ba rena a bolela hore ka baka la mellwane le go fetoga ga polelo a gona selo se ba se jwa ke pure language ebile ka se go bile ona re na le diphetogo polelo ya gola ya le lengwe le lengwe ba dia se ka gona polelo ye pure a gona mo go tei ho ja gona e pure ke ge rena re le basotho ba leboa re le bapedi re ka kopana ka diapolelo ya rena ka e beela melao ye re tseba goreng e tlo e laola o boletse gore ka gare ga di-dialect go sa tlo ke di-dialect tse dingwe gape tse dintšintšintši ka baka la gore a re na molao wa go tia o e le gore re kgona go beya polelo ya rena matsogong ga yona maikemišetšo a nyakišišo ye go ba thutwana ye ke ikemišitše gore ke nyake go lle gore na ke ka lebaka bana ba na le ditlhoto tša mohutamang ge ba tswelela ba bolela dipolelo tse ba di tsebang magae ba fitlha ka sekolong go ya ka nna polelo ya go ba standardized is a foreign language go bana ba rena ka gore bana ba le a ba bolele ka mokgola bana ba le ke na le ka bonyakišo ya ka ke ba buša ba mpotsa gore re ngwala ka mokgwa re sa boleleng ka baka la e le phoša mongwe le mpeleto le tse re di ngwala nna re di tsebe ba bantši ba bolela ka mogano go na le bothata bo bogologolo o santse re bolokiše gore ke ka lebaka re ka ba meter halfway bana ba jwang gore ba kgone gore tše dingwe tše ba di bolela le ge e ka sebe ka moka tše dingwe tše ba di bolela le tsona dingwalo and then se sengwe gore di re latele gore na ge ba leka-leka ja polo when they were standardized this language ba diile ba latetse magato ka moka ba na le bomang ge ka bane le ditlhopha tše pedi tše le tše masompedi tlhano tsona di emetswe ke mang ka gona gore is not standardized se sengwe re leke go fokotša segala se sa polelo ya letswele le polelo ya semmušo re bone gore ka di kopantšha ba di a tsenelana fela di ile ka magato se sengwe gore re kopa-kopanye dipolelo sembotwana ke re lebelele mantšu ka gona wa šomiša re a tlhokang le ona a ngwadiwe go swana le mantšu a mangwe a ngwadilwe ka gore ge ke be ke lebelela bana ba le ke ba jere ka dilete ba ba ka mo thoko jaaka mo bopolokwane le bomankwe ba kwanyana ke dingwadiwa ba go tswelela kwa mellwaneng kwa mapulaneng bokae-kae ba ne le mathata gore polelo tša bona di tshwenya ke dipolelo tša ka mellwane fela ke rena re santse re ba thuša bana ba le a bona phošo ya felo motho a sona go otola se yana a beng sona identity ya a sona go otola seo rena ke rena re santse go tadile le solution bjalo ka babeng ba polelo goba ditsebi tša polelo le babuši e ba dia di-policy ba ka retša batho ka moka mokgwanyakišo ke kgopela go tshela ke nagana re boletse ka ona mengwaga e mentši ge ke dia ge ke tšweletša tshedimošo ke kgonne go hwetša baithuti ba go lekana ba masomepedi fela ke jere ba šupa fela godimo ga bona ge ba bodišwa gore ka taba ya go phoša mongwalo le mopeleto ba toga ba itlhalosa ga botsebotse ke tlo bolela go dire fela go ile re ke ka lebaka la gore re tswa mafelong a go fapana le bana ba kgona go bona gone diphapano fela rena beng ba bona re kgone go di bona re tlo ba botsa gore a se yona bana ba na le polelo ya go bolela ya ngwala re ba botse gore ye ya bolela ye ya ngwala re no ba nothiša bana ba tse gore mabaka a gona ke a feng le rena re na le bothata re le bafatiši ba bona ka lebaka la gore re tswa mafelong a go fapana ebile re bolela dipolelo tša go fapana ke bona eke ke ye nngwe ya mabaka a re šitišago go ngwala le go peleta ka tshwanelo nna ke molobedu ka nako ye nngwe ke gakanega kudu ge ke ngwala ditlhaka tše di sa nyakegego ka nako ye nngwe ke tlogela tšeo di nyakegago ke ka lebaka la eng bana ba go tswa bolobedu ba santse ba otlwe ka gore ba tswa bolobedu ka baka la eng bana ba go tswa gammamabolo ba santse ba otlwe ka gore ba tswa gammamabolo go ne se sengwe se re sa se diang a re lokišeng ditsebi o ta kwa motho e le mofathuša go botsa gore sesotho sa leboa wa sepedi se bothata ke ba santse ya se di gore se be bonolo ka gore bana ba lebeletse rena rena re banolofatše sona se bothata ka baka la gore ga se ba sa kopanya dilo ka moka le bana se ya bathata fela ka baka la gore ga ba ngwale dilo tše ba di tseba ntho le lengwe le lengwe ba tlhakana le ntho e ntshwa mola e le gore seisemane ba re se bonolo ka se re polelo o sa belegwang ka yona ba re e bonolo bjang re a tseba re di botlhokwa ka moka santse o ithute polelo ya gone o kgone go ithuta ye nngwe e be motheo wa polelo ye nngwe fela go bjalo ke the opposite so selo se santse go bone re thomo go itshenka-tshenka re die self introspection se sengwe a re se dia botse re le ditsebi tša polelo nka se ba bale ka moka ke tlo tšwela pele ka se sengwe se se goditšwe ke goreng polelo ye ya rena ya ba reng ke polelo ya semmušo e a gona motho a e bolela ke nnete le ge e le gore dipolelo tše dingwe tša go tswelela ka montle di nonne kudu dipolelo tša go swana le english di na le di-dialects tše dintšintšintši a gona polelo e yo tswelelang polelo lengwe lengwe e thomile le dialect so ge le dialect tše dingwe di nyajiwa a re kgone go kuša mabaka a gore ke english na dipolelo tše dintšintši bo latin bo greek but it's still the best language in the world rena re palela ke go tšea dipolelwana tšele tše dingwe ga dikopa re lebeletše maadingwa re lebeletše seago sa gore ge ngwana a ka tswelela a bolela re khidola ke Ao khone o tlhalosetsang ngwana hore e re khetola o e ngwala ga botse go khetola le se go ke matlhaloso ya go let's make synonyms re tse manjwe la manje re di word banks bana ba khone go bushwa le banjwe a bona lona embraced ba ska go ba inyajegile a re khetola ba bangwe ba lo thoma go sa go bona morudisha a o itse le gore ke ibile a o nyaka le go tswa le gore ke ke le bana ba bangwe ba tlo thoma go mo se sa nje re support bana ba re bushe gore polelo ya gabo a gona ka mkgato ga ona ka se bolele polelo ya re nka baka la gona o nyaka go moko ngwana o tswela le polelo o ka se ga go ntsha motho le polelo ke se sa motho ke sejo sa motho ka gona motho a bolela polelo o ikwa a tlhompegile a tlo go bolela polelo ye nngwe ya ka bukeng e tlo ne e bala fela ya fela ona ka mo o ka one re di kopa ntsho le bona ba go ba tlhompegile di tshishingo je di bang gona le ge le reng a re tsebe gore di tlo tswa di bile ona re no dingwala fela re ya duma re ka ba ona dipolelo di ja bo rena je di nyaka go wariwa leswa a wa di ga selo ka ka standardization yela ino ba recolonization of languages a ona standardization ka go ka re polelo je pedi go di majele it's not even 30%. So dipolelo sa di kopanya go dule fase le magotla a pencil a je batho ba go mafelo a fa bana ba be di committee from various districts ba gona e le go ba 27 from 27 dialects ba teka moka ba tla ba tlhame di policy ja wa ga retja dipolelo ja bona je dingwe ba tadi go re je di ka setsane fela je dingwe di a re a swana re gone wa ga retja ka mo re le di motona ja polelo ya re na sepedi se sengwe ga brape ke gore ka moraga ngwa mngwe le mngwe le some Mario a etelo a fetole polelo ya fetola ya dilengwe le lengwe a etelo le tsona di moto njela di lokelo le madi ngwa lokelo di polelo e none ka ga ona polelo e skonde pure no pure language re ilugishe batho ba tsebe gore ga motho a bile part ya selo se sengwe o kgona go se tlhompha fela go sa kwa mo lokela ka moago go dia policy o tlo itlhompha yo se sengwe go gore le ka mo dikolong melao ya gore bana ba feile polelo ya ke boledi gore se foreign language ba sa phasa yona ba feile a se yona le yona ka baka la gore bana ba le polelo ja bona di a ka re jiwa ka bua fela ba gapele jo ba di phase ka go ba tswele ka ditlhoga ja godimo ge ile go ba tswele ka ditlhoga ja godimo dipolelo ja bona di a ka re jo go ta kwa la gore e ka nne dipolelo ja bona ba di a ka re jiwa ka ngwana ka se tsebe selo tse o tsoma go se tseba ka mo le morudisho wa re le ena le jona je dingwe a go no mo tlhalosetsa go montsha se se a bolela se se di ngwana a go no jo la tseba le ganwe le bana ba le mo university ba di ngwa ga matho a ba tse go nne ntho ba re ke spoken le written ba no makala bona ba palelwa fela ba tse go ba palelwa ke ke fetja ke bolela ka theory la ke khetle ya social justice it clearly bolela ka diversifying languages le go accommodate batho ka moka le equity polelo batho ka moka re le ka lekana o se ka re polelo efe ke ya batho ba maemo polelo efe polelo le motho a di a rogantšhiwe le sejo ke ntho e tee ka gona e le ja tlhomphano ya seriti sa batho le go le ka lekana se sengwe ke goreng o ka se kgone go kgaogantšha ditokelo tša botho le ditokelo tša polelo lo tšeo a di kgone go kgaogana motho mongwe le mongwe o ne tokelo ya polelo a se gore dia polelo ya se motona e go ba jengwe a di kopane motho a kwa emelegile le ena a le represented people cannot be punished for their identity ba mpitša mosale mošato mogolo ke a leboga
Thank you, Ms. Mudiba, for the presentation. We are moving to the next presentation, and the next presentation is by Ms. Mutapo.
Okay, good day. My name is Mutapo Mapuda. I'm a master's graduate from the Department of Psychology, School of Social Sciences, and the Faculty of Humanities. Our study was on exploring the psychological factors contributing to the development of serial rape. This is the structure of our paper. It consists of the background of the study, the research problem, theoretical framework, the research methodology, findings, and discussion. South Africa has long been reported to have an alarmingly high number of rape cases worldwide. According to the 2024 People World Review, it has stated that South Africa has become number 3, leading with 92.93 cases recorded yearly for serial rape. Extensive research over the past 3 decades suggests that perpetrators of sexual violence and offenders, particularly serial rape offenders, have several underlying mental health problems. Studies have noted and reported that serial rapists have shown and exhibited dysfunctions, sexual dysfunctions and sexual disorders as one of the predominant sexual causes for serial rape. They have also displayed that traits of antisocial behaviors were noted in their causes. However, unlike in Europe and America, little is known about underlying motivations and early experiences of South African serial rapists. It should be noted that in order for one to deal with a problem, we should firstly recognize and deal with the root cause of the problem. Which takes us to our research problem. Although many serial rapes are committed in South Africa, the country has lagged behind in its research on the phenomenon, including how to combat or manage it. Most research done on serial rape is more criminological, therefore they do not have the knowledge nor skill required to conduct psychological research on the phenomenon. We should note that the existing information or the existing research solely focuses on the demographics of the offenders, how the offenders committed the crime, and the length of the series, or the place or the location where the series has occurred, which still does not address why the serial rape takes place or why offenders rape repeatedly. Without knowledge on the risk factors, underlying drives, and appropriate interventions for serial rape, the number of incidences will keep on increasing in the country with far-reaching consequences. Therefore, research that is geared more on addressing the underlying causes and the underlying motivations should be given more priority so that we'll be able to deter and stop serial rape from increasing. The theory that drives this research is noted as the object relations theory, which was coined by Melanie Klein. The theory suggests that criminality or antisocial conduct is viewed as an expression of unresolved psychological conflicts, particularly related to early childhood unpleasant experiences. The Kleinian theory suggests that criminal behavior may arise from unresolved psychological conflicts with internalized objects or primary caregivers, particularly those that are experienced as bad or persecuted. The theory suggests that offenders may exhibit splitting, which is a defense mechanism where individuals view others as entirely good or bad, and offenders have failed to integrate the good or bad aspects of others into an interconnected whole. This clearly suggests that criminal behavior may be caused by an incident that has happened in an individual's childhood, which later manifests in their adulthood. For example, a person may be a victim of physical abuse in their childhood, which later manifests in their adulthood as them being adult abusers towards other people, maybe their partners or their kids. This theory further suggests that offenders usually experience failure of object constancy or it does not occur at all. Firstly, I should give an explanation what object constancy is. Object constancy is the ability to maintain a relationship or a bond with someone who has wronged you or has done something to disappoint you. So these individuals or these offenders do not have okay, this offenders or this individuals object consisting may be disrupted or have not developed yet, which suggests that they will struggle to maintain or make relationships with other people. So if an individual has not developed object constancy, they may struggle with relationships and mental health problems, which may lead to impulsive, aggressive, or criminal acts as an attempt to control or maintain relationships. Without object constancy, an individual may act out aggressively when they feel disconnected or rejected, leading to offending behavior. Object relations theory is relevant in explaining serial rape behavior as it delves into the deep-rooted psychological processes that underlie the actions of serial rape. As I have noted in the research problem, that most of the research that's been done on serial rape does not focus on the motivations and the causes. So this theory gives us an opportunity to look more into the causes and the motivations or the underlying unpleasant experiences that may have pushed or forced an individual to become an offender or to do any, or to portray any offending behavior. Our research methodology, we've adopted a qualitative research approach with a case study design. We have purposefully sampled 2 serial rape offenders around the Limpopo Correctional Services. We've collected our data using one-on-one interviews with the respondents being recorded with an audio device. We have used the case study analysis with theoretical preposition strategy to analyze our cases, which means that we have identified patterns in our research findings and matched them against the concepts of the theory to give meaning to the results. We have categorized our findings according to 4 themes, with theme 1 and 2 being the unpleasant experiences that they have experienced in their early childhood, and theme 3 and 4 being the consequences and the results of the unpleasant experiences they've experienced in their early childhood. So they are separated into both participant A and B stories. Participant A's demographics are: he's a black African male in his late adulthood. He was convicted for 40 rapes with 38 female murders and 6 robberies, which he committed over the 2 years. As a child, he was exposed to domestic violence from an early age, where he noted that he grew up being exposed to the mother and the father fighting regularly, and also he was exposed to neglect from an early childhood, where the mother was an uninvolved mother who was always drunk and abused alcohol. He was abandoned at a young age by his father. Between the ages of 5 and 6, the father decided to leave the family from the constant fighting, and he left the family and decided to go live elsewhere. Okay, I've been alerted that I have 5 minutes, so I will go straight to the implications of the study. The study recommends that since traumatic upbringing resulting or caused by caregivers has far-reaching mental health, there should be programs, educational programs, that will teach individuals on the quality of parenting towards a healthy mental and physical development of individuals, which will inform the majority of the people about the outcomes or the consequences of disturbed upbringing or early and the majority, if the majority has knowledge of how disturbed or if the majority of people have the knowledge of how disturbed and unpleasant any upbringing has an impact on the individual, there will be awareness, and when there's awareness, people will have information of early detection of individuals that have this mental health problems or this have the knowledge problems that may lead them to offending, and when they are able to detect that, they'll be able to prevent it from happening. Theoretically, object relations theory offers some promise regarding motivations underlying surrounding behavior. However, they may be limited account for the micro and the micro factors. Theoretically, object relations theory offers some promise regarding motivations underlying surrounding behavior. However, they may be limited account for the micro and the micro factors. Therefore, this suggests that future research should focus on theories that are more on the micro, which involve the economic, political, cultural, and ecological factors, so that they can also give an insight of how they contribute to surrounding, as this theory is more focused on the micro, which includes the family and the social background, such as friends and extended families. Therefore, more research is warranted to explore this phenomenon with a large sample, as our sample was only limited to 2 participants. And information or findings from this study will inform more programs that will help on preventative measures towards deterring cell rape from occurring. And more will be geared towards implementing a long sustainable rehabilitation programs for the Department of Correctional Services. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll move to the next presenter, and that will be Mpila, Mr. Mpila. Which one? Okay. Yeah. The presentation just now, isn't it? No. It's here. It's here. Oh.
Okay. Is it what the time? Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Chair. My name is Lesiba Mpela, graduate, a master's graduate from the Department of Psychology. So this is a paper that comes from my master's dissertation. The title of the study is Unpacking the Psychological Experiences of Offenders Participating in the Victim-Offender Mediation Programs in South Africa. So this is a structure of my presentation. So I'll be starting with the background and then move on to the research problem, literature review, theoretical framework, findings and discussion of the study, and then recommendation and conclusion. In my background, I've just put in, I don't know if I'll be more audible. I've just put in the definition of the victim offender mediation, which refers to an approach that involves active participation by a victim and offender, which allows to mutually restoring the suffered harm in a form of a dialogue. These programs, they form part of the restorative justice program, which constitutes of 6 programs. But for the purpose of this paper, we are only focusing on the victim offender mediation, which seeks to ensure that all parties involved or affected by the criminal act, they get to sit together in a sense that the harm that they suffered by the community gets to be restored. The problem for this paper, minimal attention has been given in line with how cases have been dealt with in communities, particularly giving the attention to the offenders despite all the psychological experiences faced by all the parties affected. So there's more of imbalance when it comes to the justice system, as it is perceived to be more offender focused as compared to having an approach that is collective and incorporate more not participants, but incorporate more people that are affected by the crime. So looking into the literature, restorative justice system is a practice that has always been there over decades. It can be traced back to what was happening in Rwanda following the genocide in 1994. It can also be traced from the concept of Ubuntu that has its origin in the SADC region of Africa. It can also be traced on issues relating to war. That can be traced from Zimbabwe, what happened in Zimbabwe, what happened in South Africa prior to 1994, the massacre. So these are some of the literatures that focuses on the restorative justice system, and which one of them in South Africa we can take a look at the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Committee, that was used to deal with all the crimes that happened before 1994. I've just put in this restorative justice flower to show how all parties are important in dealing with crime and how one can play a part in ensuring that they try by all means that the society is functioning at all times, and everyone has a part in making sure that the crime gets to be dealt with and all the parties affected they get to restore the harm that they suffered. The theory that we adopted for this paper is a peacemaking theory, which is a perspective on crime that suggests that alternative method can be used to create a peaceful solution to crime, which further support what I've indicated earlier on in saying all the parties plays an important role in ensuring that necessary measures are being taken in ensuring that the crime gets to be dealt with accordingly, and that there are no, it's more like in a collective approach that ensures that crime receive more attention and gets to be dealt with accordingly, and to further avoid more criminal acts that are happening in the society. The methods that we have adopted the qualitative approach. Semi-structured interviews were conducted and thematic content analysis using the inductive approach were used to analyze the accumulated data. Findings of this study indicates that there's a lot of emotional experience coming from offenders. Although our justice system is perceived to be offender more focused, our offenders continue to indicate lack of emotional support coming from either the DCS or the community itself. There's a lot of accountability that comes from the crime that offenders committed, and in that it leads to shame and guilt from the experience, from what they actually committed, the harm that the society is suffering. It actually leads to shame and guilt. And after having to sit down with the victim and the community to discuss the crime that actually affected the community, the study has found that there's closure and there's also a reconciliation from everyone who was part of this dialogue. So this paper further recommends the prioritization of psychological need of offenders and also the amendment of the RJS standard, as majority of the standard being adopted, they are focused on the literature, and literature that is more Western as compared to the African literature. The study further recommends the implementation of ongoing training to law enforcement officials that are currently dealing with restorative justice programs. in conclusion, this shows the importance of having all parties involved in dealing with crime, especially if it's going to positively affect, you know, the community and ensure that the harm suffered by the community gets to be restored. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mpila, for the presentation. We're going to the next presentation, and the presentation is by Mr. Mahori. Mr. Mahori.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my presentation is a literary study, a PhD literary study. My title is Catharsis or Guilt, Angela Makolwa's Narratives as Sites of Excessive Consumerism. So the organization of my slides, in line with the time that was given, is as follows. I'll deal with the introduction. I'll deal with excessive consumerism in two of Makolwa's novels, Red Ink and Black Widow Society. I'll also read Makolwa's chick lit novels as sites of consumerism and then conclude. So in this study, we examine the South African novelist Angela Makolwa's texts for their distinctive representation of excessive consumerism in the fabric of her narratives, Red Ink 2007, The 30th Candle 2009, Black Widow Society 2013, The Blessed Girl 2017, and Critical but Stable 2020. We probe the discursive style using desktop analysis to plumb for evidence of the pernicious effects of excessive consumerism among Makolwa's select characters. We thus look for continuities and discontinuities of outlooks between African humanist or eco-critical and hypercapitalist worldviews. We scrutinize Makolwa's characters who embody a consumerist attitude while conscious of their African humanist and eco-critical roots that exist as an a priori outlook in the post-apartheid era. Underpinning our study by African humanism and eco-criticism, we subsume ecofeminism as one of our theoretical frameworks. So our rationale for combining the two theoretical frameworks stems from the fact that African humanism and eco-criticism are complementary theories. While eco-criticism is a recent Euro-American centric theory, African humanism is Afrocentric. Both theories share similar perspectives on caring for the physical environment and all other elements of nature. That's according to Mpahlele 2002, Oving 2017, Ogbasi and Ude 2020. We therefore consider Makolwa's narratives within a theoretical framework juxtaposing aspects of African humanism, eco-criticism, and post-coloniality. We apply concepts like excessive consumerism, hypercapitalism, post-coloniality, anxiety, catharsis, and guilt to demystify the obtaining dystopic reality of the post-apartheid South Africa. One such dystopic condition can be found in the insensitivity among black leaders under democracy, which has led to black poverty worsening since the 1994 democratic dispensation, while white people are even wealthier now than during apartheid, according to Milazo 2022-26. One of our claims is that the widening gap between the rich and the poor fosters dystopic conditions, leading to persistent and heinous crimes in South Africa, post-apartheid, post-colonial society. Whereas we adopt a sub-generic reading of Makolwa's novels by categorizing the narratives under crime and chick lit genres, our analysis remains focused on consumerist, hyper-capitalist aspects of our novels, rather than the egregious crime and chick lit aspects that are found at the surface of the fabliau. Consumerism in red ink and Black Widow Society. So critics in Ndlovu, 2019, Fasselt, 2019, Binder, 2020, and Pucherova, 2021, have focused on the crime fiction aspects of the novels Red Ink, and Black Widow Society, Widow. None of the scholars has foregrounded the narrative's hyper-capitalist or consumerist texture in a nuanced manner. So we glean evidence attesting that the novels can also be read as anti-hyper-capitalist texts that satirize noticeable aspects of vulgar consumerism. So one of our hypotheses is that Makolwa successfully incorporates themes such as unchecked consumerism, particularly emphasized in the nuanced texture of her two novels. So this success may stem from the fact that she does not fall into the category of black South African authors hindered by what the critic in Ndebele, 1986, has theorized as spectacular writing, which deprives literature of its richness and complexity. In one incident of Ink, the novel that we read, the character Patricia reneges on her initial agreement with the heroine Lucy to allocate 40% of the shares to the latter in the company they co-own. Patricia's disposition contradicts not only an African humanist a priori outlook required in interpersonal relations, but flouts even a required eco-critical cultural worldview advocating an equally respectful regard for all the elements of an environment, inclusive of fellow human beings such as Lucy. Such character manipulation affirms what critical scholars believe about hypercapitalism, that it has moved toward an extreme laissez-faire capitalism that is marked by greed, selfishness, destruction, wars, and exploitation. Vujnovic, 2017, 1, our emphasis. So instead of descending into awkward imitation without a genuine understanding of the culture, the character Patricia could have embraced freedom and equality while honoring harmony with other humans, nature, and the universe, as advocated in eco-critical writing and in Mpahlele's concept of African humanism. Komarov and Komarov in Fasselt 2019-188 call motifs like Patricia's aspirational imagining, whereby temporal aspirational fantasies are deeply entrenched in mainstream post-apartheid cultural discourses on freedom that tend to equate freedom with choice, especially with the choice to consume in a manner we describe as hyper-capitalist. So Clark and Flores, 2007-10, metaphorically refer to a new environment, such as the one in South Africa following the end of apartheid, as a borderland. So in this context, an individual's navigation and adaptation to new environments should be considered as a dynamic intersection of cultural and identity differences. So from this perspective, achieving freedom after gaining access to new opportunities for consumption for the previously oppressed black majority requires understanding the borderland through the cultural lens of the previously disadvantaged. So this understanding is based on African humanism principles that reject conforming to hyper-capitalist consumerism. The plot of another novel in the crime fiction category, Widow, unfolds within the backdrop of a sorority called the Black Widow Society. The organization recruits ex-convict Muzako Kuzayo to get rid of abusive and wayward husbands. So for any group of individuals to attempt to gather the power of numbers in creating a brand like the Black Widow Society is essentially promoting something that is not based on positive and culturally acceptable community support systems. This is because it is driven by a hyper-capitalist agenda to profit from the death of husbands. So Graham 2000 points out that a capitalist system creates a tendency to purchase through advertising. So this may explain why the notorious criminal Muzake Kuzayo responds to the advertisement by arranging the murders of husbands. So Makolo's representation, including the hyper-capitalist advertising widows and hitman Muzake Kuzayo, helps to understand the diverse cultural perspectives in the new post-apartheid era. Another category of novels that we read are Makolo's chick-lit narratives. The novels are The 30th Candle, 2009, Candle, The Blessed Girl, 2017, Blessed, and Critical but Stable, 2020, Stable. All three novels feature heroines who aspire for economic upward mobility so that they can afford to purchase goods and participate in the post-apartheid consumer culture. The characters Said in Candle, Buntle in Blessed, and Moshidi in Stable epitomize in different ways the discourses on consumerism that Makolo embeds in her narratives. The character Said, for instance, has launched into a style offensive since she got her new job. Said has changed her curtains. Standard white linen curtains replaced with glorious designer curtains made with a mixture of creamy organza and toffee brown taffeta material, 2009-32. Such character manipulation exemplifies Maza 2006, Ezoesi 2011, Smith 2009, and Omudsen 2011 explication of the traditional chick-lit plot as representing heroines who are confronting various challenges, including consumer culture. Makolo's metonymic reference to Santen as conspicuous consumption, 2009-50, in Candle, shows how globalism, that is consumerist in texture, is able to permeate local spaces through what Miambo 2020 calls cultural time zones or CTZs. So Miambo describes CTZs as local spaces that house global cultural spaces like 5-star hotels and elite spas. Miambo 2020-111. So according to Miambo, the affective and emotional lives of chick-lit heroines, as in Makolo's chick-lit, as in Makolo's chick-lit narratives like Candle, happens in global CTZs that are geographically far away from those of their Western chick-lit counterparts, but not very far away at all in terms of cultural distance. Miambo 2020-114. Such an observation by Miambo affirms Ashcroft et al.'s 2013 assertion that globalization has subjected local communities to adverse economic and cultural conditions. In another novel, Blessed, Buntleta's confession, you know, that I go through 20,000 like a professional racing driver, plowing through the Kyalami track, 2017-138, reflects Makolwa's use of discursive style to satirize the vulgar consumerism that is characteristic of the subversion of the new South African woman as described by Gola, 2016. So the last text that we analyze, unlike its chick-lit predecessors, Makolwa's Stable, accentuates excessive consumerism among married couples. Deep in the quagmire of debt, the Gias are on the verge of losing their house, Zimbali Estate. So the character Mshidi's refusal of the offer to sleep with Edward Sirame for one night and wipe off the debt the family owes him does not only reflect her strength and resolution as a married woman, but it is Makolwa's literary strategy and character manipulation to refute hypercapitalism, which toLocal argues commodifies the consumer's life, 2003-101. Makolwa presents characters who are confronted, that's my conclusion. Makolwa presents characters who are confronted and engulfed by vulgar consumerism in the narratives under discussion. Ink and Widow, in Ink and Widow, Makolwa depicts the consumption of human life. The character Napoleon Dingiswayo, the serial killer and rapist in Ink, exterminates women in what may be called senseless killings, while the Black Widow Society in Widow is in a spate of husbands' annihilation under the pretext of fighting abuse and waywardness. Samarajiva in Graham 2001-80 emphasizes that advertising not only creates economic value during production, but also aims to create value during consumption by influencing people to purchase a specific brand, product, or service. So the link of such a feature of advertising with hypercapitalist view is illustrated in our discussion of the widow movement and the hitman Kuzwayo. So Mpahlele's 2002-128 would view such an individualism of the advertisers and their chronic criminal clients as an African humanist for merely fulfilling our acquisitive instincts. The analysis of Makolwa's chick-lit novels yields insights into impact of globalization, as can be seen in characters such as Said and in Ink, who through her new job as an accounts manager launches into a style offensive by changing the face of her apartment. Similar characterization obtains from other female characters that Makolwa depicts. So other characters such as Buntle in Blessed epitomize unbridled consumerism that Mpahlele 2002 denounces in his theory of African humanism as individualistic. The last novel that we examine revolves around the three families, namely the Manamelas, the Gias, and the Msibis, who are contrasted and compared in terms of their consumerist behavior. Makolwa's manipulation of the Gias in her discursive strategy to valorize African humanist ethos that are exemplified in the character Moshidi, who experiences an epiphany at the end of the novel when, together with her husband, downgrade to a modest lifestyle. In Stable, Makolwa's protagonists do not hold on to the possessions they gained through excessive debt or crime. This could be Makolwa's literary technique to bring about poetic justice. Julius Manamela is punished by being sent to prison, and the Gias come to understand that they can find contentment in life outside the pursuit of material possessions, 2020, 245, and 247. An analysis of Makolwa's crime and chick-lit novels sheds light on the guilt-ridden characters. Their quest for catharsis through consumption brings guilt by activating the a priori African humanist consciousness, which, according to Mpahlele 2002, has no room for individualism, as it is rooted in communalism. Such an awareness situates Makolwa's characters in the borderland of consciousness in post-apartheid South Africa. Instead of leading to catharsis, this quest brings about feelings of guilt. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mahori, for the presentation. The next presentation is by Mr. Mpasha. Mr. Mpasha. And if you can just we will have one more presentation after this one. And then questions will follow after that. This one.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. Let me also take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all present here. My topic speaks to a man called Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, whom we're looking at his non-racialism, pioneering justice, equality, inclusivity in a colonized Africa. How do we move these things? How do we move this? Okay. Well, that's the layout. We will just quickly. And this man we talk about is the founder president of the Pan-African Congress of Azania in 1959. Well, of course, he's the most feared political prisoner. And this, we are to quote the former Prime Minister, who said, amongst all the political prisoners you see, or amongst all these people you see in Robben Island, there is only one political prisoner. And by that, he was referring to Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. Unfortunately, he referred to others as criminals. This man is feared alive, or was feared alive, and also feared dead. We say so because his voice recordings, up until today, is not released to public. He made many media interviews. They are still arrested. He appeared in court. His court recordings are still arrested. That is why we say this man is feared even post his departure from this earth. That is the court number of the case. As you know that he led Sharpeville massacre in 1960. That is the court case which we are demanding that his recordings be released. Of course, this man was isolated from other political prisoners, not because of the physical appearance. Of course, he was a charmer, but they feared his ideas. They feared his ideology because they did not want him to influence others for more resistance. And they thought by isolating him, they will be able to minimize his influence. Globally, racism is still a problem. Here in Azania, South Africa, we still face racism. Recently, we have seen two settler farmers who killed our fellow African women and fed them to the pigs here in Adikhal. A clear example that really racism is still prevalent in our land. Sobukwe coined the word non-racialism. When others were talking about multiracialism, he said we cannot apply mass literacy to racism because we all belong to one race, the human race. And in this, we are applying content analysis method, where we will look and analyze into the text involving Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe and other literature on non-racialism. As we have said that he coined the word non-racialism, Sobukwe said, and I quote, "There is only one race to which we all belong, and that is the human race. In our vocabulary, therefore the word race as applied to men has no plural form." And he understood quite correctly that the concept of race was applied by those who wanted to use or apply white supremacy. And this is what must be overthrown in order to decolonize our nation. As Sobukwe's non-racialism was a call to action. Firstly, to reject apartheid and racism. He rejected racial hierarchy or racial superiority. Hence, we're still sitting today in this neo-colonial setup with white supremacy. That requires the unity of the African people in order to overthrow that. Secondly, the next call was on the empowerment of the African people. When he coined this non-racialism, he was saying to the African people, stop regarding to yourself as subhuman, as the settlers regard you. And in this, I have no doubt that Sobukwe would have rejected the nonsensical settlers sa Mosotho ke Lekgowa. And in this, Sobukwe has had this to say: Africa for Africans, Africans for humanity, humanity for God, God for all of us. We are not the African people, we are not the children of a lesser God. Of course, we must, as Sobukwe would have said, that we understand that we are fighting for the noblest cause on earth, the liberation of mankind. We must liberate our settlers. We are equal to them. They are not superior to us. And for that, we will be able to attain our own dignity. The last action is for nation building. And Sobukwe says, a nation to build we have, a God to glorify, a contribution clear to make towards the blessing of mankind. We must be the embodiment of our people's aspirations, and all we are required to do is to show the light, and the masses will find a way. Furthermore, Sobukwe, just before that, this call for nation building, it is for equality and justice. What do we mean by justice? Decolonization, about restoring the dignity of the African people. It is about decolonizing the curriculum, that which the Feast Must Fall and the other students' movement, the Pan-African Students Movement of Bazani, have been engaged in. But let me go again and quote Sobukwe. He says, I wish to make it clear again that we are unto nobody. We are pro-Africa. We breathe, we dream, we live Africa, because Africa and humanity is inseparable. We want to build a new Africa, and only we can build it. So, as we do so, we must not feel, because sometimes when you love Africa and speak for an advanced than African struggle, they start to label you. You must not deter from advocating for the interest of Africa, because that shows that you love yourself more. Do not try to be absorbed by those who want you to collaborate just to appear smart. If they label you, let them be. And because this Sobukwe's non-racialism is not excluding everyone, he says, he calls upon even those that had oppressed us. He says, here is a tree rooted in African soil, nourished with waters from the rivers of Africa. Come sit under its shade and become with us the leaves of the same branch and the branches of the same tree. But they should have surrendered our land. They should have accepted the African majority. They should have accepted the rule of the African people. That's when we will regard them as well as the Africans. And he further says, let me plead with you, lovers of my Africa, to carry with you into the world the vision of a new Africa, and Africa reborn, and African rejuvenated, African recreated, young Africa. The global impact of Sobukwe's non-racialism resonates globally, as we have seen globally when they are calling for the end to the killing of the people in Palestine. That is the influence of Sobukwe's non-racialism. His legacy highlights the power of unity in the struggle for global justice and human rights. Sobukwe's non-racialism influence in post-apartheid Africa. Policy reforms in all sectors, all spheres. When we speak about equality, it finds its roots from Sobukwe's non-racialism. The African people must unite, and they must know that in order to decolonize and chain ourselves, the first is to unite. Legacy of Sobukwe is to continue to influence the Pan-African discourse and policies. And my sister, you did not have to apologize to speak in the African languages. Let us indeed decolonize. This is the legacy that Sobukwe is leaving us. As we are about to sit down, we will say, and we are going to read that. As Sobukwe's non-racialism is a call for action, let us be like him and call for his voice in court and media to be released for public consumption. We have no doubt that if this voice comes from the academia, it will carry more weight. We have no doubt that from his recordings, we will learn more on the views of non-racialism to end the humanization of the African people and dismantle the system of oppression to end this neocolonialism. We should acknowledge Sobukwe, and when we use the word non-racialism, let's acknowledge him and accredit it to him. Let us embrace Sobukwe's non-racialism for equality, inclusivity, and justice for decolonization. Let us be like Sobukwe. Niyakhenza.
And thank you, Mr. Mpasha, for the nice presentation. Okay, and the next presentation is by Ms. Moremi. Ms. Moremi, if you can come and start with your presentation. .
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moremi NS, and without much ado, I would like to share my paper, which I'm busy with, titled Tension Between Teachers and Learners' Rights. My presentation is outlined as follows: introduction, research problem, theoretical framework, research methodology, presentation of results, discussion, recommendation, and conclusion. As my introduction, the state of learner discipline in South African schools is currently declining. And over the years, the absence of learner discipline has been a persistent issue and has been observed to be increasing at national and international level. The major challenge faced by teachers in South Africa is comparable to what occurs in other schools throughout the world. Research indicates that learner discipline is becoming widespread, and managing it without violating the learner's rights is a major challenge for teachers. Despite this, teachers are responsible to maintain order in the classrooms. While this is still the case, SASA Section 8 and guidelines for the consideration of governing bodies in adopting the Code of Conduct for Learners provide teachers with authority to manage learner discipline. In conflict, in 1996, SASA under Section 10 banned the corporal punishment in schools, which was a practice which was practiced then in those years by the teachers to maintain learner discipline. And adding on that, the South African Constitutional Court also effectively outlawed all forms of corporal punishment to children on the 18th of September 2019. This led to the tension that occurs when the South African Constitution, the National Education Policy Act number 27 of 1996, and the South African Schools Act number 84 of 1996 grant learners rights in a manner that places overemphasis on those rights. So these changes in the mode of discipline resulted in conflict when implementing discipline for learners between teachers and learners' rights in their attempt to manage ill discipline. Therefore, the purpose of this study was to investigate, or of this paper was to investigate the tension that may occur between teachers and learners' rights in their attempt to manage ill discipline. Over the years, teachers have struggled to manage discipline since the prohibition of corporal punishment. One of the reasons might be that teachers were not informed of the policies and government acts pertaining to learner discipline, as stated by Makendo and Mahlangu 2021. Section 12 of the Constitution guarantees a person freedom and security, emphasizing that they must not be subjected to torture or any harm or any cruel punishment, and they must be free from all forms of violence. The problem that was investigated in this paper was therefore the tension between the teachers and learners' rights. The theoretical framework that guided this study or this paper was the Cohen and Mendler's 1988 Discipline with Dignity three-dimensional theory. The fundamental principle of this theory is that everyone, including learners, should be treated with dignity. So it is the teacher's responsibility to ensure that learners behave accordingly to avoid resistance and the desire to revenge. This three theory is divided into 3 dimensions. The first one being prevention, the second one action, and the last one resolution. With the prevention dimension, what is important is that teachers should try to develop disciplinary measures that will help them to prevent discipline issues to happen in order to avoid tension between themselves and the learner's rights. The second one being the action dimension. With this one, the disciplinary measures are implemented to proactively avert disciplinary issues and managing the tension that comes with maintaining order in the classroom, especially when there are disciplinary issues that may arise. And with the last dimension, which is resolution, this dimension suggests that the school stakeholders, meaning the teachers, the DH, or even the principals, should create plans to deal with the more severe out-of-control learners and the persistent rule breakers. The intention being to avoid tension that may arise between the teachers and the learners' rights. This paper is situated within the interpretivist paradigm, and a qualitative research approach was adopted. By using this approach, the qualitative approach, the researchers sought to make meaning of the tension that emerges between teachers and the learners' rights. An exploratory case study research design was adopted to investigate and to provide comprehensive knowledge regarding this problem. Purposive sampling was used to choose the rich information cases to improve rigor of the study. A total number of 9 participants from 3 primary schools were sampled to provide data to the researchers. And these participants were chosen on the basis that they were data holders. Data was mainly gathered through face-to-face interviews and document reviews. Thereafter, the data was transcribed and analyzed thematically. Throughout this process, the ethical issues were considered, meaning that firstly, before going out to collect data, permission was sought from TREC, which is toLocal Research Ethics Committee, and also from the Limpopo Provincial Education Department, from the Circuit Office, and from the 3 sample schools, as well as from the 9 participants. These participants were given the consent forms, and the purpose of the study was properly explained to them so that they should continue willingly without being coerced to do so, because their voluntary participation was of paramount importance to the researchers. The study found that there was tension that existed between teachers and learners' rights when it came to disciplining learners. It was also revealed that the causes of the tension were numerous and multifaceted, meaning that there were some of the things that led to this tension to occur between teachers and the rights that are given to learners. One of those things was found to be the inadequate knowledge of policies and government acts on learner discipline, meaning that teachers were not aware of these policies and government acts that are there on learner discipline, or it might be that they were just ignorant of them. Another finding was that These teachers seem to have received or have not received, should have received inadequate training or may not have received training at all. Another finding was that these teachers had limited powers of disciplining learners. That's why they are always in conflict when trying to discipline these learners, because these learners knows that those teachers, there is nothing that they can do because of the rights that have been given to them over their responsibilities. And another finding was that there seems to be poor managerial practices by the department. For example, it was found that there was poor monitoring and support by the department, meaning that teachers were not adequately supported, especially on the new ways of managing discipline since corporal punishment was outlawed. The policies and government acts on learner discipline, instead of assisting teachers and school in ways that can be of great help to avert these ill-discipline issues, they put more emphasis on the rights of learners over the learner responsibilities. That's why there is always a tension between the teachers and these learners when teachers try to show them what is right and what is wrong. So also, policies and government acts prioritize learners' rights over the provision of adequate and practical means to assist schools in managing ill discipline. Also, teachers might not be aware of these policies and government acts on learner discipline, or just to choose to ignore them, as already mentioned. Also, it was also noted that teachers were on how to put policies on practice. So, this insufficient in-service training leads to an increased instances of ill-disciplined issues, because instead of assisting these teachers by providing them adequate training, what the departments normally do is just to only provide a one-day workshop, especially on curriculum coverage and on the ATPs, rather than on workshopping them how to deal with these learners, because these days learners are hard to deal with, especially with these policies that regulates discipline. And lastly, it was noted that the teacher's authority over learners is totally constrained because of these learners' rights. As recommendation, we recommended that there should be development workshops whereby teachers will be trained, should be trained adequately before many lives could be lost. And for the Department of Education, it was recommended that they should do frequent field trips to school for monitoring and support. It was also recommended that teachers should receive counseling to help them cope with these modern ways of managing ill discipline, since corporal punishment, which they were used to, is no longer allowed. In conclusion, the study concludes that understanding policies and government acts pertaining to discipline of learners is essential in lessening the tension that exists between teachers and learners' rights. It has been established that policies and government acts on learner discipline should not only promote learners' rights, but also build in the sense of responsibility and the ability to handle petty conflicts. I thank you.
So, colleagues, I think that was the last presentation for this session. So we're going to take questions, and we'll appreciate if it's possible we can take 2 questions per speaker so that we save time. I think there are about 7 of them, but maybe with a show of hands, let's just note those who want to ask questions, and then we'll take it from there. Let's just start here. 1, just go ahead. You can just switch on the mic.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question is to Ms. Mudiba. Ms. Mudiba, I'm curious to learn about the sample population given your study, and then how does that relate to the report from the Department of Education regarding our students not being able to comprehend what they are learning? Thank you.
Thanks for that question. Let's go to the second speaker there.
Thank you so much, Program Director. My question is directed to Mr. Kananga. I hope I've pronounced it correctly. I quickly want to provide context, a South African context, wherein the current trend is that indigenous languages must be developed, must be used in an educational system, wherein we have to reflect on the teaching pedagogies to include the multilingual pedagogies. This will embrace the multilingualism that is spoken about in the constitutions and also in the language policies in the country. Now, I've seen in your recommendations that you are saying English should become a medium of instruction, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I want to know from that point, where do you place the indigenous languages in Mozambique? What about the languages of the learners, the speakers of the languages that you've spoken about? For example, Shangana, as you've spoken. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you. The third one.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. We enjoyed your presentations. This question is to Ms. Matapo. There is a saying that goes, hurt people hurt people. So, in your opinion, how do we break the cycle? And then I see that you used only 2 participants. Will you increase the number of participants? And what was the reason for only interviewing those 2? Thank you.
The next question there.
No. Thank you very much. And I think one will welcome all the presentations. I think it was a fair presentation. Well done. Yeah, my question will be, I didn't really get the name, the gentleman who presented on the excessive consumer rate and then also the hyper capitalism. I think also similar, just to get your sample size, because you did the desktop, but now if you run the comparison, obviously your sample size will really tell you whether you'll be able to compare the 2 or not. Because when you develop your data base, running the cross steps and the frequencies, you have to be guided by the chi-square, because if ever it's below the 0.5, obviously you can't really compare. I just want really to get an understanding to say, in terms of your sample, your methodology, then how did you really approach that particular issue? That's one. But the second part, it's more on, not necessarily a comment, but you really clarify that. Because when you look at your excessive consumer rate, where you put it squarely on a woman, the widow, and I'm looking at it, whether really it can be the advertisement, the whatever from your literature review, because if I look at that, is it not that our policies, also as government, they are in an interregnum? Because I would say we are driving our socio-economic policies on a highly monopolized, semi-colonial and capitalist trajectory. So I thought maybe that is really the main issue there, because obviously, how do you really disseminate? How is it really absorbed and practicalized? Because that couple of education is very much important. Because I must say, maybe very shortly, the picture that you gave, it conjures up memories of Marx when he really put the issue of he put it as he was just clarifying the state, and I think you are really taking us there, of where you say is a stage of a reciprocal stage, and now you have Gramsci who added saying a stage of a reciprocal equilibrium, but now meaning getting to the policies where there is a disjunction, because when the proletariat defeated the bourgeoisie, then he says they failed to rule based on the policies that were there. Because I think it's more of the leadership to really address the issue that you raise. I'm just putting it as an addition, just to enhance the study as a really, is the one that it really interested me, and that's why I'm really focusing on that. But others, I'll limit myself on this one, and thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a question that was directed to Ms. Mudiba. I think it was coming from you, ma'am. She was simply requesting that she said she could not hear you. Can you just write it down? Requested that, can you write it down? So maybe without wasting time, can we start with the last question? I think it was directed to you, sir. So you'll just press that mic there and then you respond.
Thank you very much, sir, for the question and the comments. Unfortunately, this is a literary study. I am analyzing novels, texts. So I cannot go into the issue of data and graphs and so forth. So I'm analyzing how the novelist, how the writer depicts consumerism. So I think no matter how short my answer to you is, I think it answers you.
Thank you for that. There was another one directed to Mr. Kananga. You can just press there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question you asked. I think that it will, at the end, enrich my work. I'm not going to consider you as a shark. Anyway, in our understanding, all education language policies should be based on the choice, and we have to consider the dichotomy that exists between identity and integrity. And this is the big question. What do we teach the language? What do we promote the language? Is for the balance between the two. Because we think that it's part of linguistic rights also to expose the learners to the language that is going to help them to make the international mobility. And as I showed in my study, that English is one of the most dominating language in Mozambique. And I gave you the example of the goods being advertised in most of the market. They use English. When people finish their grade 12 school in Mozambique, if they want to further their studies, they look for scholarships, and if they don't know English, they're handicapped, they can only go to the Portuguese-speaking countries. So we think that it is our responsibility to promote the linguistic rights in Mozambique by promoting also the teaching of English. That is why we suggest the introduction of English as the medium of instruction at the secondary school. Now, what is the role of the indigenous languages in Mozambique? As I cited, according to the Article 9 in our Constitution, the indigenous languages in Mozambique, they have the role of promoting the national identity. And how can it be done? We suggest that they should be introduced as a subject from grade 1 up to the last year of university, parallel English and these indigenous languages to be introduced from grade 1 up to the last year of university. So we are advocating for the promotion of both the indigenous languages and these international languages. Thank Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kananga. And then there was another question that spoke about head people. Head people. Yes, you can press there.
Okay, good day, everyone. Thank you for the question, ma'am. Firstly, I would like to talk about the limitations to the participants. Firstly, the factors that affected that sample was the willingness to participate regarding the sensitivity of the topic. Most serial rapists are not yet ready to talk about the occurrence and the reasons behind why they did what they did. And also taking the location into consideration, in Limpopo we do not have a lot of occurrences of serial rape. So for us to have a lot of more participants, we need to broaden the location as well. So my view on the hurt people will go together with what I've already mentioned from the theory, that people internalize behavior that they have learned or experienced in their early childhood. So people that have been abused will later manifest that behavior as it has been internalized into their ego and their mentalization. Thank you.
So maybe not to close you out again, maybe just repeat the question. If maybe the person seated next to you, because she's saying she can't hear clear.
Okay. Am I loud enough? Okay, thank you. Ma'am Diba, my question was, in your study, you spoke about children are born with a language and then they're taught another language, right? Now my question is, I wanted to get the sample size, particularly the age of the children that you interviewed. And how does your study now relate to the outcomes of the report of the Department of Education that says our children cannot comprehend what they learn or what they are taught? Thank you.
Study say this study was not it's related to my study, but it's not about my study. That's the outcome. You won't different. Then I started this study. My study was orthography and spelling. This thing. The first year student. That's why I got this and the policy from the high school, because they were the first, those who were transitive from matric to first year. They still have a problem with the spelling. Hence, I don't know about the beginners. If they are matric, I have a problem. That's why I started this study. Thank you.
Thank you for those answers. Yes, I'll just check how many questions can we take, because I think we're already late, 5 minutes late. We're supposed to go to break at past. Can I just check this side if we have people who still want to ask questions? Okay, so let me just go.
Thank you very much. I have a question for the two language-related presentations. That's Dr. Kanyanga, Mr. Kanyanga and Ms. Modiba. How do your university departments actually encourage, first of all, specialist language creation, and how do you encourage the writing of the indigenous languages? I had an example. One of my PhD students was from Zimbabwe. She is a Kalanga mother tongue speaker, and she was looking at the representation of Kalanga in the media, including international-based radio stations such as the Kalanga people in Canada who've actually created a radio station. How do you, as academics, find a space to actually encourage the writing in those languages? And attached to that, in our Department of Language and Literature, joined with the Department of Applied Languages, about 10 years ago, they started working on a Department of Arts and Culture grant to create vocabulary in isiXhosa for physics, psychology, botany, and in all the specialized subjects as part of a language creation project. So these are the two things that I observed.
At our university, there was a project for terminology collection. I think that is a step by step, baby steps, we are going there. And then the other things, we are encouraging students to express themselves in their home languages. And we are advocating for the university in future to take Sepedi or Northern Sotho as a compulsory for communication, because we are the host university for Northern Sotho. So I think it will be a better step. Baby steps, it was English all the way along. But now the University of Limpopo is the host of Northern Sotho. We are just advocating for that. We don't know when it's going to start, but we are trying. And then the students, we are telling them that they are not It's not that they are not educated. If you don't talk your language, it's not that you are stupid or somewhere. That's your identity.
I can maybe just reply, sorry. Yeah. In fact, the student she finished, I think, 2-3 years ago, and she's now translating a doctorate into Kalanga. She's now translating her doctoral thesis into Kalanga. It's absolutely beautiful.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we'll just take announcement and then we take it from there.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thanks for the wonderful presentations. My announcements are very short and simple. The first announcement is that they call them honchos. All the honchos are going to follow Professor Makhatlela. He will show you where you're going to have lunch. It's right here. And then all the other members, can you please remain seated until our honchos leave the hall? We'll give directions as to how we are going to have lunch. Yeah. Don't forget that after lunch you are coming back to the hall.
I think we should start. Should we start, Fumo? Okay. I think we should start concerning that that we have lost time, and I can see the presenter is ready to go. As highlighted on the program, I'm Gola, and I'm not alone. I'm co-piloting with Dr. Lorodi. In our previous sessions, I was working with Dr. Mpela, and I was comfortable as a timekeeper. So I thought I could transfer the skills here. But now Dr. Lorodi said, no, this time around, I do the timekeeping, you do the speaking. So without any further ado, I would like to call the speaker. She can't wait. Do you like to introduce yourself? I see. So Dr. Anne-Marie can't wait to do the presentation. Dr. Anne-Marie? Prof. Anne-Marie, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Annie Hesselink. I'm a criminologist and a researcher, and of course, a very proud departmental member at the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice here at the UL. So my presentation is about the practical involvement of criminology honors, masters, and PhD students within the DCS with volunteer offender assessments, matching theory with practice and the experiential learning of it, challenges, benefits, value, how's the training going to be and what is it going to involve, and the outcomes of that. So just a little bit of background, and I'll go fast because I know we're very behind. Traditionally, criminology was seen as a science where they focused on research, on developing concepts of crime, on supporting legislation and informing legislation and policymakers, and conducting research, of course. So that has moved to many criminologists being active in practice, such as online intelligence, assisting with the investigation of fraud, SABRIC with the banking armed robberies in the banking industry, in the fraud in the industry, also at NGOs and so forth. In South Africa, we have managed to, the criminologists and the criminology sector have managed to develop the first experiential learning experience. It commenced in 2010 at the University of South Africa with the criminology students there with great success. And it's nowhere else it's done in the world. So we are actually forerunners in the world with this, matching our students' knowledge with practical experience within the Department of Correctional Services. So what is our claim to fame in criminology? Our niche area is concerning the causes, the motives, contributory factors, influences, any and everything concerning the crime, the victim, the offender, the greater criminal justice system, and also, of course, what we then do with our theoretical application, always a scientific basis that we work from. As I said, everything, crime, criminals in totality there. So we started with a very humble beginning regarding criminological assessments in South Africa, and for that matter in the world, applying it as we do. And it commenced with me being very curious about, I have this knowledge, I have the skills, and what can I do with it? And then I approached Department of Correctional Services many moons ago, and I said to them, can I assist? I will voluntarily assist you guys. And then I commenced at LUCOP Medium C, where medium classified offenders are held with offender assessments. Trial error, didn't know what I was really doing, and I learned a lot from the moment I went on. But of course, within my first appointment to do my assessment, the head of the correctional center there called me to his office. And I thought, of course, I was still busy with, I was completing my master's degree at that stage. And I really thought I have arrived and I know it all, and the world just waited for me, and I'm going to show them what I can do. So the head of the center said to me, please sit down. And he took my CV and he just flipped through it. And he says, very impressive. But have you ever worked with offenders? And I said, no, I only worked with victims so far. He said, well, let me tell you something today. They're going to lie to you. They're going to manipulate you. They're going to do any and everything to get information out of you. And this and that. And I'm just sitting there and I am stunned. And he said to me, this is going to be your first learning school ever. And was he correct? So after being involved for many years with my volunteer practical criminological assessments, I pleaded with the Department of Correctional Services to recognize us, to see the benefit, the value, and our contribution towards a multidisciplinary team. Not that we are the beginning and the end of assessments, but that we have a contribution to make, and we must be recognized as experts in our fields. And of course, I also have experience being employed at the DCS, at the head office, in developing the current offender questionnaires that the honor students are going to use. And then I was also for a year at the infamous private Maximum Correctional Center, Mangaung. I was there for a year as well, head of rehabilitation and assessments. And then I joined the academic field. Okay, so in South Africa, what we are doing is the first generation of assessment. We have first to 4 generations of assessment worldwide. A lot of research being done on it. The second generation is a scientific actuarial scale. It focuses on static factors. Now, static factors are factors that cannot change. It's like your age. It's like your history of violence, your history of substance abuse, things like that cannot change. So that scale only focused on that, and it was for risk prediction. Risk prediction regarding reoffending behaviors and future dangerousness. Then they developed the third generation from the second one, and it included dynamic factors and more changeable factors. So the dynamic factors are factors that can change, such as, let's see, a sport structure, education, limited skills, development of cognitive skills, of decision-making skills, anger management, and so forth, employability, things that can change positively. And then they developed the third generation assessment, involve both static for risk prediction and dynamic factors, and both of them now can predict risk prediction, also the management of an offender, and for treatment purposes, a holistic sentence plan, rehabilitation path. In South Africa, unfortunately, for years and years now, we have only used the first generation that I commenced, one-on-one interviews with no scales, no instruments, which is perceived to be biased, judgmental, because you lean on your knowledge and your experience within the field. However, what I do and other criminologists that work under me and now also conducting some of these assessments, our interviews are based on every actuarial scales criteria that is available at the moment. So it is a scientific basis, and we then sustain it with recent and relevant research findings and with theories. But it is unique in that sense, and when we go overseas and visit other correctional centers and we tell them what we do here, then they are amazed to hear that we don't have scales, because we never develop scales in South Africa for our population, for our culture, for our unique types of crimes. It's never been done. The self-appraisal questionnaire, which Professor Waktiloza presented with last year's spring conference, we have tested that in South Africa on males and females, and it with a high success rate for risk prediction. So what is offender needs and risks? It's based on the needs assessment, where we look at criteria for treatment, rehabilitation, and if you want to, for development of specific programs. Risk assessment there, we look also at criteria for risks, dangerousness, and reoffending. And then, how does criminology fit in here? It is directly linked to our content. Currently, what I'm teaching to the honors students, correctional criminology, it is 100% and directly linked to that. Working with offenders, crime, criminal behavior, reoffending. So this is based on what we call the needs, risks, and the risk, needs, and responsivity model, the NR model, where the risk principle says and stipulates that you must match the level of risk of the offender with the treatment, intensity of the treatment for risk prediction purposes. The need principle follows on the risk, and it builds on the risk principle, and it's criminogenic or changeable factors here, and it's used for treatment and inform risk. I will give you examples of that later on. Important to know that needs and risks overlap. For instance, if you have a history of substance abuse, it's a need for treatment, but it's also a risk for reoffending. If you have a history of severe violent and aggressive and deviant sexual behaviors and gang involvement in gangs, street gangs, and you come into prison and you're a gangster again, you're in prison, the risk of reoffending is very high. And then we look at the responsivity, the third principle there. It is about the offender's motivation to change, his learning style for treatment purposes, and level of functioning matched to the treatment purposes there. Examples of offender needs and risks and showing how they can overlap. If you have a very early onset of criminality, as a child already been involved in conflict with the law and it escalated to other involvements, you've never been arrested, you've never been in the criminal justice system, and or you have then been subsequently been prosecuted and sentenced, it remains a history for reoffending. If you committed a variety of crimes, it is a severe risk for reoffending because it means you are diverse and very skilled in crime. If you have a history, as I mentioned, of criminal and violent and sexual behaviors, I'm just skipping that one quickly, then the chances of repeating the behaviors, even if addressed or unaddressed, remains very high, or remain very high. If you have a criminal and a violent support structure, then that association and that type of support means the chances of reoffending is very high. Gang involvement I mentioned, here we say, and the principle always is, past behavior predicts future behavior, with the majority of habitual, chronic, persistent offenders. Substance abuse, it remains a risk, again a history, but also alcohol abuse is very, and the availability of alcohol and drugs is quite common within the community. So it's one thing to behave in the correctional center, it's another thing once you're out there and the drugs and the alcohol is available again. If impulsivity and a lack of self-control plays a role, and it could not be successfully addressed with the psychological support then in prison, the therapists, then it remains a history for reoffending. If there's a lack of victim empathy, a lack of an insight and understanding, then you have little to work with in terms of change with the offender. It's a cognitive deficit and it's a huge risk. Now regarding our criminology honors students and their practical participation with the volunteer offender assessments, they will be completing an offender assessment questionnaire, which I mentioned we were involved as a team in developing this questionnaire. It's an existing DCS document thus, and a pen and paper exercise, and for the opportunity for the offenders to engage with our students, but actually more for our students that experience and gaining the skills there. So they will be asking questions, for instance, about the offender's support structure. Does he receive visits? From whom? How often? Is it only telephonic contact? Is it letters? Where is the family situated? Is distance and transport and finances a problem? What were the causes, the motives, modus operandi related to the crime? And then also there will be assessment needs stipulated in questions and risk factors also outlined in questions there that the honors students will be asked. So some of them are closed questions and some of them are open-ended questions where they are with a closed question selections of answers for the students just to tick. Open-ended answers, they just fill in there. Whatever the responses of the offender is. So this then informs the offender's sentence plan. Each and every offender that is sentenced receive a sentence plan linked to your type of crime, your personal circumstances, and so forth. And this then informs the sentence plan, and the offender's rehabilitation path regarding treatment. So masters and PhD students and their involvement with offender assessment, they will conduct personal one-on-one interviews with the offenders, focusing also on the needs and risks, but much more intensively. And also, of course, we include the responsivity factors and everything regarding crime, the victims, any and everything there. The DCS need currently for our masters and doctorate students is the assessment of lifers, those serving life imprisonment sentences. Not all of them are violent and aggressive offenders. We have many economic offenders also serving life sentences for millions and millions and hundreds and millions of fraud committed and so forth. And we will also be training them in writing of reports. Challenges, we had severe challenges with commencing this project, but we're now here where we are actually going to start with the volunteer offender assessments. The first one is on Wednesday. We're visiting DCS Polokwane Correctional Center. 25 honor students, 14 master students, 6 PhD students are participating. I would like to sincerely thank my COD, Prof. Witness Maluleke, for his support, for driving this project, for motivating this project, and for this visit, and that it is directly linked to the content that I'm teaching at the moment. Professor Sitole, Professor Maote, thank you for affording our students this learning, experiential learning experience and training. They will also receive training with the DCS together with this prison visit, where they will tell the students how to conduct themselves, what to expect, and what the offender assessment questionnaire involves. And then from the department side, we are also going to train the masters and doctorate students in depth training in working with offenders, ethics, challenges that they can experience from the staff and from the offenders. And our training workshop is on Thursday, 5 September here at the UL campus. Orientation then, our orientation will include everything regarding what they will need for needs and risks and responsivity assessments, examples. We will go through everything. And then our students' active participation, how many students? And I'm very proud to see, and I hope my direct and line managers are also impressed by this. We have 27 criminology honor students, 14 MA students, and so forth. 2 PhD students that are going to volunteer their participation within the DCS and gaining those experiences. So this is matching knowledge, theory with practice, and in the exposure and in developing your skills and experience. And that's from me. Thank you. I think I did make it. Thank you very much.
You definitely did well in terms of time. The victims, the criminals, these are very serious talks, eh? Once you hear those, you become sober. We are 30 minutes behind. There won't be extensive remarks. For now, I just want to pick if there are those that would like to raise some questions.
Trying to use my soccer voice. How do the students, when they go into this environment, how do they come out? Do they need kind of counseling? Do they need de-traumatizing? How do they cope with this experience? Because I'm sitting here thinking, I could never do this.
Of course, this is not for everyone. With the student training, we involve the support, so we have departmental members. We're going to be the support. We're going to monitor them from our side. We're going to supervise them from our side, everything. And so will the DCS do on their side. So it's a split, it's a joint venture, which I'm very happy to say. And we are well versed in it, as I've done it for many years already, 14, no, I lie, post-COVID. Up to when COVID started, I did it every year with the UNISA students. So this is the first ever for Polokwane, and that's why we so struggled to get this project going. They had to gear themselves, it's new, they don't know what to do, who must do what. But I think we've got the hang of it now and we're going. So we're so excited about it, we're super excited. Thank you.
Any other hand? I'm noting this one.
No, thank you very much. I just want to find out, how do you get access, there's the permission from the the correctional service in getting to the prisons? Because I know I did a study on overcrowding in South African prisons with vets, but just to get a permission, it took me more than a month, because I wanted to run the focus group discussions with the juveniles and also in the adult section. But it was really a tedious process.
Thank you, Prof. I would really like to get hold of your research. I would like to teach it to my students, because we are covering overcrowding as well, and they're going to see it first-handly now. So, access to the correctional centres. Last year, September, with the annual spring conference, the DCS and the UL had signed the Memorandum of Understanding, which stipulates our students' involvement within prison and gearing them and supporting them, and from our side and their side, as this is a known project. So it is integrated in the Memorandum of Understanding. And of course the DCS wants this because they don't have the capacity for the offender risk assessments. Some prisons have one psychologist, let's say two social workers for about 2,000-3,000 inmates, so you can imagine. So here we come and we say, hey, we've got the skills, we've got the knowledge, can we please contribute? And then our report goes together with the psychological report and the psychiatrist report and the social workers reports. So it's not, but this is ingrained in the Memorandum of Understanding, and through this we get access to the prisons, and we supervise and we monitor it. It's quite a process. Thank you, Prof.
There's a hand over there.
Thanks, Chair. My question is really, I want to test the possibility of seeing if we could use the findings from the assessments to justify a pro-prison abolitionist position. We're moving from the premise that perhaps with the high number of reoffending and reincarceration, surely there are grounds to push for a pro-prison abolition position. Is there anything really we could draw from the findings of the assessments to move towards a position where we abolish the prison system and the subsequent structures that sanction that system, perhaps for a new reality? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. It's a worldwide problem that we try to build ourselves out of crime and offenders regarding building more prisons, and nowhere we've been lucky with that. Nowhere we succeeded, even with first world countries regarding correctional environments. I'm not sure whether there is a segment of that in South Africa, but it's not working with our overcrowding, as we mentioned. Some of our prisons are 200% overcrowded. And with the long sentences that they receive, with the maximum sentences and the minimum sentences, it's not contributing to it at all. So the movement is not very supported in South Africa, because I don't even think we know what to do with all our offenders at this stage. But some people would argue it's wonderful to have it, and others would say, no, please keep them there forever. Not realizing they come from society and they're going back to society, the majority of them. Thank you.
May I take the last one from a Tau fellow friend of mine?
Thanks for the opportunity, and I enjoyed the talk from Professor Hasselink. I'm interested in your approach and idea, because it works well, at least from where I'm standing, because it helps to bridge the gap between pure research, and applied part. Because in as much as we want to expand our knowledge about things and subjects in pure research, we also need ways in which we can provide solutions to an existing problem. And in this context, it's usable to the correctional services. I'm saying this because I also had an experience in correctional facility and how the environment operates. I spent some time at Vescopis over some time in my training, and it's interesting as well that correctional services encourage this, and because they find this very useful for them to manage the population that they have. For example, issues such as substance use, gangsterism, reoffending, and all other aspects, the assessment. Additionally, it also assists the students in joining between theory and work. So they get exposure to the real life environment and the contexts that are there. And also, contrary to what some people believe, correctional centers have clear protocol on how things like this are done, and they encourage that because they are going to find what the students discover and what they do useful for the practical management of the population in these centers. So, in as much as applied research can be used effectively in health settings, it can be used in any other context depending on how creative you become. Thanks.
If I just may respond, thank you very much for that. It is true, and that's why the reason we're doing it. Criminologists are underrated, underestimated, our value, our contribution, our benefits, and this is how we make job opportunities, create job opportunities for criminologists within the criminal justice sector, not only with the police as normally, or as just a warden type of job, but here in applying skills and knowledge as experts. So we are very excited about it. The DCS has developed profiles of criminologists, but they're just waiting for funds, lacking funds at the moment to implement the positions for our students. So it's amazing to be able to drive this and to be granted the opportunity by the powers of UL to drive this project with students. Thank you, Prof.
I think we have arrived at the end of the session. Thanks, Prof. It was really, serious talking. From now, we're going into the parallel sessions, which are allocated for 45 minutes. So we'll meet after 45 minutes. Thank you. I'm informed that the session chairs should go to the respective venues.
Also encourage the participants to come back at that time.
And I'm also informed that the participants should come back here when they're done.
Afternoon, colleagues. Afternoon. We're going to start with the session this side. Can I check if the presenters are here? Tlobatla L, please come to the floor. And Shoroma, MA. Shoroma? Is Shoroma here? Yes, thank you. Afternoon, colleagues. Again, my name is Dr. Lebaran Lurodi. I'll be chairing this session with Prof. Moloja. Okay, colleagues, we're going to allow Tlobatla L to start with her presentation. The title is Vicarious Liability as a Tool for Enforcing Separation of Powers for Politicians' Malfeasance, the Cases of Life Esidimeni and VBS Mutual Bank. We're going to give the presenter 15 minutes, and then the second presenter also would come, and then we'll take questions thereafter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As already briefed by the moderator for this session, my topic is going to be on vicarious liability as a tool for enforcing separation of powers for politicians' malfeasance, a case of Life Esidimeni and VBS Mutual Bank. All right, separation of powers. Separation of powers is a feature in our Constitution. It protects democracy by prescribing the division of power between the three pillars of government. That starts with the legislature, which is parliament, provincial legislatures, and local councils, which are responsible for making the laws and monitoring the executive. Then the executive, that comprises of the president, the deputy president, the ministers who make policies and propose laws, implement laws passed by the legislature, and the judiciary tries those cases and administers justice. The judiciary is unique in that it is not elected, but it is independent. This means that no one can interfere in the work of the Constitutional Court and the other courts in the country, cited the Constitution of South Africa of 1996. So why is it necessary? It is necessary because it ensures accountability by having each arm of the state keeping watch over the other. And then in this way, the court can judge the actions of the legislature, the executive, but it cannot pass laws. The legislature can make laws but cannot hand down judgments or take executive action. In practice, this means each arm is to keep its own balance. Often the challenge is to ensure that the executive does not wield its authority without being contained by other branches. Vicarious liability. Vicarious liability emanates from employment law. Vicarious liability is when a principal party is responsible for the actionable conduct of their agent based on the relationship between the two parties. Vicarious liability falls under the principal agent doctrine and is thus a type of strict liability because the principal is in control of the agent and the agent's actions represent the principal. Vicarious liability creates a nexus between actors and liability for actions and exposes intentional and negligent actions and its consequences. So why do we need accountability? Accountability is a necessity in a functional society and in the public and the private sector organizations. Accountability is a measure that the public uses to confirm the services rendered are in congruence with the societal values and norms and addresses the public's need. Accountability also creates a culture where corruption is the norm. And colleagues, I rephrase that. Accountability will minimize a culture where corruption becomes the norm. as the public adapts and accepts it as a way of life. Accountability is needed because it mitigates against the abuse of power, conflict of interest, when the interest of the ruling party overrule the interest of the state. Politicians prevent public administration by interfering with public servants' duties, which indicates the need to demarcate their roles and responsibility. So what is the problem? I think we know in context what's happening in our country. We know the scandals of the state-owned enterprises, but in particular, this paper will look at VBS and Life Esidimeni, where the instructions were given by the executive to the management of Gauteng Department of Health to move patients, which result in death of, I think it's 144 patients. So the problem is that the checks and balances and oversight is performed by the same officials in the legislative and the executive spheres of government. These individuals are members of the ruling party who are the guilty party of misconduct. Even though public administration is rooted in politics, the discipline of public administration emphasizes the concept of accountability in the development and the practice of public administration. The direct consequences of the unaccountability of cadres is a large-scale corruption, the looting of public funds, poor service delivery, state capture, and maladministration due to lack of consequence management. I'm going to try to move fast. I'm worried about time. So I'm going to start with the VBS Mutual Bank case. Although the VBS Mutual Bank is not an organ of state, but it shows the corrosive actions between the legislative and the executive. It involves public administrators and politicians as actors and beneficiaries. South African citizens and taxpayers were defrauded out of roughly 2 billion as a result of the looting of funds at the bank. It shows a violation of various legislations such as PRECA, MFMA, Banks Act, FICA, and Mutual Banks Act. Grey listing is often a consequence that will follow looting at such a grand scale. And it also may lure away foreign investors into our country. So the Life Esidimeni case, I think I sort of like touched through it. I'm not going to go through it in the interest of time. So what is the nexus? Why is vicarious liability a necessity in ensuring accountability? It creates a nexus between the principal, using the principal agent theory by tying the two actors. Who would be the actors? The actors are the people who give instructions. I just spoke about it now, about the MEC Gedani Mahlangu, who's facing culpable homicide charges as a result of the lives that were lost during Life Esidimeni. And the consequences are actually, the consequences of the actions are borne by the instructors. This occurs in the context of employment, even though the ANC claims that it is not employing cadres in the public sector, but merely makes a recommendation. I'm going to jump that. So how does vicarious liability enforce separation of powers? It separates the actions on everyone. So you will see where the politicians have acted and the liability will be imparted to that party through a principal agent theory. It will ensure that no one is held accountable for the mass looting of public funds which are needed for service delivery. The research methodology here, we're going to be looking at a qualitative study. We are taking an inductive theory to come up with the answers that can highlight how vicarious liability can help to achieve accountability. The research approach is inductive reasoning, whereby our data collection, which is going to be secondary data, would lead us to develop a theory of how vicarious liability can be used within organizations and obviously in the judiciary. The research sample data, it will be VBS and it will be Life Esidimeni. I think, thank God, because the data for these two institutions, even though they are ongoing cases, they are in the public record. So secondary data will be used in order to advise the findings that will be unearthed to use vicarious liability to evade the lack of consequence management for cadre in the public sector. The data analysis will use content analysis so that we can break down the data and unearth themes that can tell us how actually could vicarious liability help us to solve unaccountability. The delimitations for this study is just for me to be time-bound to look at when this scandal broke out. It started in 2017, ended up in 2024. The cases are ongoing. And then, because actually the study will focus on this because there are substantial losses to the fiscus, which necessitates why there should be significant study in this field. Because without us as public administrators, or without us as legal practitioners or the legislators protecting the fiscus from those who would use it for selfish gain, that would advise that the findings and recommendations, ladies and gentlemen, will be presented when we are done with the research. And thank you. The conclusion is that at face value, you can hear how vicarious liability can be used as a tool for the division of powers, thus enforcing the checks and balances to ensure that the constitutional provision of separation of powers is respected. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Global, for a wonderful presentation. Colleagues, here we are. May we have a round of questions for the presentation? Questions for Ms. Global's presentation? First one, sir.
Yeah, it's difficult. No, thank you very much for the presentation. But I just want to understand, maybe I'm not where you are, especially the issue of the life esidimeni. I'm not sure whether already we had a verdict on the issue or the matter is still ranging. Because if the matter is still ranging, then what says you are the ethical conduct of the study? I hope my question is clear. That's one. When we get to the problem statement, then it became, I couldn't really merit with that topic. Yeah, maybe if you can just put the flow of your study. But otherwise, it's a very good presentation.
Thank you, colleague. I'll address the first question first. The Life Isidimeni case is an ongoing case. I think Professor William Makgoba, who was the ombudsman for the health sector, made an investigation where the findings led to Chief Justice Moseneke making a ruling that for the people, the claimants who lost, the families of the claimants who lost their lives were awarded 1.2 million. First it was constitutional damages because the health department in Gauteng failed to observe, to protect the right to life, which is provisioned by the Constitution. That led to the decision from a civil election point of view. Right, where we are now, because politicians sort of like are puppets, they are running things through strings, and then public administration is used as a puppet for them to execute. You can clearly see it now because when Dr. Makhano Manamela, the head of Gauteng Department of Health, was speaking, you could tell that she said, I got instructions from my boss. But the boss is actually not an employee of the public sector. This person is a politician. That was MEC Gedani Mahlangu. So it came out 3 weeks ago that Gedani Mahlangu and Dr. Manamela are going to face culpable homicide charges because that is unprecedented in South Africa. That is what is called in other countries corporate criminal liability, where you are liable for the criminal actions that you wield passively, indirectly, as a politician within the public sector. So that's how we are finally coming as South Africa to get liability. Because as I entered the fray of public administration, that's the reason why I studied public administration. I was like, what is wrong? Why is there such inefficiency and ineffectiveness by public administration? I started to understand that there are actors who are wielding money out of the public sector, or using actors within an organization to achieve the looting of funds, right? So how do I marry the two, right? The problem statement is that I'm going to take it from one of the leading researchers in this country of accountability for the public sector. That's Advocate Hoffman, who works with AfriForum. I had a conversation with Advocate Hoffman. So the problem is that ANC is saying we are not. That's why the DA, if you check our facts, last year, the DA asked ANC to release the CADA document minutes from 2015, which they could not produce because they don't want us to see that they are choosing CEOs, CFOs, COOs, so that they can be instructed to loot funds out of the public sector. So that is where the connection comes. We are having a problem because we can't connect the two. That's why the practice continues. Today, before I came here, I read an article that 280 million is being looted out of Polokwane municipality without a connection of the actors. So that's how we want vicarious liability to be used. First thing, in the organization itself, make public administrators to be aware of other actors that allow them to separate their actions, because the most important is that public administrators need to act independently. The minister needs to act independently. The judiciary needs to act independently. The legislature needs to act independently. At the current juncture, they are all collusive. They are one thing. That's why we have an accountability in our country. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Do you have any other question? The last question. All right, in the absence of questions, let's give her a very big round of applause. We are now going to the next presenter. That is Ms. Shoroma. Her topic is interrogating the paradox of academic integrity and artificial intelligence in academic knowledge contribution. Over to you, Ms. Shoroma.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Abigail Shoroma, a librarian in the Information Services section of the library, where we train students on how to access e-resources or resources within the library, or whatever it is that we are subscribed to. So yes, my topic is about interrogating the paradox of academic integrity, because academic integrity is one of the parts that we teach as we are teaching information literacy. So it's about students learning how to be honest when doing their academic work. So yes, this topic came about when I was having a talk with a colleague to say that now that with the evolving of artificial intelligence, what about academic integrity? So yes, so this is why I came about this investigative paper. It's not necessarily a research paper, but it will get to that. So one can ask, what is artificial intelligence? I believe that we all know that, and this picture depicts what artificial intelligence is about. artificial intelligence is basically, imitation. Imitation machinery, imitating what humans do. So as you can see, there's a facial, the face is human, but as you go towards the back, then there's the machinery. So machines are now being made to imitate how we think, probably. So with the word imitation, one can say, if we can just put a picture across to say that we have aircrafts, can you just imagine an aircraft gliding through the air? And then the same way an aircraft goes about, we have our birds. So are we saying that aircrafts are artificial intelligence? I'll leave it to you. Okay. My introduction. Well, the use of technology has been increasingly embraced. Okay. Why are we running? Has been increasingly embraced by academics as more information and instruction. Okay. Yeah. Is delivered online. As you can remember, during the COVID time, we had to adjust to how we offer our lectures. Then we had to go into online instruction. So, I won't make it today. What's up? My artificial intelligence is showing me flames. Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, so, how? Tico. What did you say? My apologies, colleagues. Okay. No, I'm not here. I want to post this one. Maybe she should deactivate the slideshow. We tend to want to play with technology, so technology is showing me flames. But yes. Yeah. So yeah, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the academic landscape and prompting us to reflect on what learning means now as opposed to before. Because, I mean, now we cannot expect our students to be learning certain things that were taught way back then. We should at least try and move with the times. So as I said that we were training on academic integrity, so it included things like plagiarism and yeah, how to cite and all that. And this has been at the center of the ethical discussion, to say that some of the students, they're just copying and pasting, the ethics, are in question. So, yeah, that's why I came about trying to interrogate the discrepancy between, or the difference between, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now, with the rise of AI I did press pause. although technology, especially ChatGPT, has been well known now, but the artificial intelligence has been there for and has been growing tremendously for 10 years or so. Yeah. And so the AI tools are increasingly integrated into education, because we have products like Rightful. I'm not sure if you are aware of. So Rightful is one of the products that help us in grammar. It's more of the same as what of Grammarly, yes, as a product. So those are part of AI tools that can help us in academic writing. And also there are potential benefits including personalized learning, automated grading, and efficient resource management. In automated grading, in terms of Turnitin, there is where you are able to do your grading there. So it's how AI can help us, especially in academics. So I'm talking about the products that I know of, or the products that as the University of Limpopo we are subscribing to. Okay, we also have what we call reference management softwares, which help us, because now I had another conversation with a colleague. The colleague was saying, really, do we really have to go through this referencing, having to write the comma and whatever? Aren't they concerned about the content? Because the content shows that I did go through this particular book or this particular article, but now I have to be correcting the reference. But yeah, so those are some of the things that we come across. And AI can either help us depending on where we are looking at, or depending on how we are enabling it to help us. Yeah, so AI's capabilities also raise significant concern regarding academic integrity. As I've said that because with AI you can generate text, you know, so you can just give a command to say, write an essay for me about this and this and this, and it does that. There's generative AI. So imagine if a student just say, write an essay, and then they present it to you as an academic. So we need to be on the lookout for such things. So the benefits of AI include innovative teaching and learning practices, because it enables us as academics to be able to teach and use certain things, like I've alluded to the products that we are subscribing to. And yeah, it helps students learn depending on how they use it. And yeah, improved academic writing depending on how we are going to use it. For instance, another colleague was saying that, how about if academics would say, go and generate an essay on AI, on ChatGPT, on Genie AI, bring that essay, and now from that essay, because this is generated by a machine, let's critically analyze it. So it depends on how we approach AI. It can either go for us or go against us. So we can also use it to identify trends and patterns in research. And this is done, we have one other product that we are subscribed to, Insights, which help us as we are going through SDGs, and then we can check which other institutions are focusing on the same SDGs that we are focusing on, and how can we go about into collaboration, which also speak to collaboration. Yeah, in terms of the challenges, we have the ethical concerns, yeah, and also the fact that AI can generate content, you know, text. So what are we saying? Are we going to leave it like that, or are we going to make sure that we curb it in a way that will benefit us? And also prevent our student being over-reliant on it, you know, and also curb academic dishonesty. So what are some of the risks of AI, erosion of trust, because, I mean, you can imagine as a supervisor, you know, the work is already out there, and only to find that it's somehow AI generated. But yeah, I know there are ways of people detecting that. And yeah, with this saying, I just wanted to put it out there to say it's up to us as academics, it's up to us as educators, because the atmosphere you permit will determine the product that you produce. What is it that we are going to do? AI is here, we cannot shy away from it. What are we going to do? We have to develop policies, we have to direct to say, these are the guidelines on how we are going to use AI as an institution, and this is how the students are allowed to use AI, or else we are going to find us having the products that we are not so happy about. So possible solutions, we should invest in AI, not necessarily or not only the detection part of it, but AI as a whole, so that we can learn from it, know what it's about, and how can we use it to our benefit, and also to incorporate those ethics and guidelines, okay? Other solutions, as I've said, the guidelines and the practices, you know, because we cannot shy away from it. The students are already using it. It depends on how, and it depends on our guidance to say, this is how we need to go about it, or we guide them. Can we use it this way? As I've said, that you ask them to generate a text, and then they critically analyze it, unlike just presenting it as if it's their own work. Yeah, we also have to develop the policies, and yeah, I'll have to rush through. Yeah, it's up to us as educators, policymakers, on deciding how this AI is going to work, whether we are leaving it to work against us, or we are going to direct on how it's going to work for us. These are the references I've used. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shoroma, for such an insightful presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to take hands. Do we have any questions for Ms. Shoroma on academic integrity, artificial intelligence? Any questions? Yes, one.
Okay, thank you. I think I will give an advice on how we should use AI, because based on what it is given, as the student, for example, if a person is studying BSc in chemistry, when doing practicals, they write an introduction based on what it has been given to them. They have nothing new to show or to come up with. So I think AI can help us to come up with new things and be practically developed practically. So in terms of using AI, the curriculum also should change, should not depend on the curriculum that we've been using. We must come up with a new curriculum which will help us to develop our brains, because today we are learning so much theory than practicals itself. I come here knowing that the practical is already being done by someone else. What am I going to do? I'm going to refer and make a citation based on what it has been done by someone. Instead of saying, for example, a computer science student today, most of them, you can say to them, can you please come up with a software replacing Blackboard? That's how we should use AI. if they successfully come up with that, I think there will be no need for them to remain here at school, because they've already made something that is practical, and it makes them elevate their integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Do we have? Yes.
Thank you. I'm actually a researcher of artificial intelligence as well. So I have some questions regarding the academic integrity part. There is a global debate around how to reconcile chat GBTs or LLMs. And Harvard University is saying that it's actually gonna lead to apathy, lack of creativity for students, because people just copy and paste. There's a student who was doing a PhD at Harvard University. Basically, he asked ChatGPT, an LLM, how the particular topic, that ChatGPT produced a full paper for that guy. So the guy submitted that to Harvard University. And obviously, LLMs are intelligent, but not that intelligent, because they don't tell you where they get their information from, which is the reason why we are having a civil action. The largest civil action in artificial intelligence in the world is happening now regarding OpenAI, which is run by Elon Musk. To say, and Elon Musk is basically the argument there when it comes to that integrity part. They're saying that the GBT learns information. It takes spiders and learns information and collates and makes sense of it. But the information does not belong to it. So bigger than plagiarism, which is like copyright law. Copyright law has yet not reconciled what this is. So even plagiarism by effect, it will fall into the same category. Because ChatGPTs, they learn the information that is there. So there is nothing new that it is doing. So then we have students who are still going to learn the same thing that this thing has learned. Where is the creativity? Where is the academic integrity? How do you reconcile plagiarism? How do you reconcile ownership and copyright law? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, colleagues? Okay, I think we have reached the end of, our session this side. Oh, apologies. Let me allow her to respond, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Yes, we are aware of that. Hence, I'm saying that it's up to us. Are we going to leave it to do that for us? Because what is happening is that with AI, especially ChatGPT, it's harvesting. Whatever is online, it harvests. And even if you give it a command to say, can you write an essay and please include references, you'll be puzzled. It will just give you whatever is there. We need to try this thing and see how it works, or we'll be surprised. Because from what you're saying, I think for that students to actually be caught is because of maybe of the references. So you can imagine. We need to really try it out and see how it works. Yeah, definitely. Lack of creativity. Hence, I said one other thing that we can do, because we cannot definitely go against AI. What we can do, we can use it for ourselves to work for us. You go, you instruct the students, go and generate an essay on this particular topic that you are treating in your curriculum. They bring those essays. Obviously, even though they are from ChatGPT, it won't be the same essay. Then they critically analyze. You let them, use their critical skills, not to just really generate and then sit there and say, this is it. So I believe that we can still use it for our own advantage.
Thank you, Ms. Shoroma. Do we have any other questions, colleagues?
Thank you. Do you think that AI-based software favor people who have money? Because you see, the ordinary ChatGPT, Nova, Trinka, etc., they are free online, but they're limited.
Okay, yes, most of the softwares, they favor, you have to pay at some point. Because one of the AIs that is recommended as an academic AI, Jenny AI, you can use it, it's limited, but there's where you can load your own references and then work on it, it generates, and then use the references that you have fed it. But the thing is, you should have paid at some point.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions, colleagues, as you're still waiting for others to come and join us? I'm going to allow Mr. Mbowen to come in again.
Should we academics be afraid of AI?
Not at all. Remember, we had Facebooks, we had all those things coming up. We just have to embrace it. It's here. It's not going anywhere. Let's embrace it. Let's use it for our own advantage. There's no way we can do away with it. And as that student was saying, the gentleman, not the student, I don't know if you're a student, as you were saying that, it should also be incorporated in the curriculum. Remember that AI can also write programs, computer programs. It can write almost everything. So yeah, we should not shy away from it. We should not be afraid of it. Let's embrace it. Let's learn how it works. Because it is trying to learn how we think or how we do things. So let's also go back. Like I said earlier on that, you can imagine there were birds. Birds were there all along. But then a man created aircraft, imitating how the bird flies. So now we have something that can take us from one point to another. Let's use ChatGPT. It's like I'm myself.
You're touching on a very dangerous area of AI. I'm presenting this paper at the BRICS conference in China. One of the questions that we are asking, because you're saying AI is learning, do you know that AI is self-aware? Do you know that it actually now thinks better than humans? Performs faster than humans? Because, different to the other industrial revolutions, the fourth industrial revolution, it killed the areas between the physical, biological, and mental to create new forms of technology, which we call AI. You understand? So with the other industrial revolutions, I agree with you, the aeroplanes, but now there are people who are marrying robots. You can marry a husband who's a robot. The question is, does this person have legal personality? Is it a person? What if he decides to kill us? There's a country that waged war using artificial intelligence against another country. So these are some of the other inherent risks that we need to be, as much as we're excited. That's why Stephen Hawking is saying it could be the greatest invention or the most dangerous invention for humankind. That's just the part I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shiroma will take the conversation beyond this, venue. Colleagues, we have reached the end of our session this side. Let's remain seated as we wait for others to join us, and then we're going to continue with. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Afternoon. Let me welcome all of you in this last session of the day. We will have 3 presenters. Currently, we will be inviting Mr. Manatse, PhD students in International Center of Nonviolence, School of Social Sciences, Durban University of Technology. He will be presenting on gender discrepancies in school violence, a study on perceptions of severity and reported incidents. Welcome, Mr. Manatsa.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Mr. Manatsa,
Can you hear me, colleagues?
we can hear you. Kindly note that you need to present for 15 minutes. After that, you will be given chance to respond to some questions which may be there. 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
That has been noted.
Another round of applause for Mr. Manata. Thank you, Mr. Manasa. We heard you very well. Indoda ikali. Will you please stay online, Mr. Manasa, so that you'll be able to respond to questions and also note the comments that will be made by colleagues. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues. By show of hand, I'm going to identify, we are pressed for time, so if we can have about 2, if not 3, questions in order for us to move swiftly. Can I see those hands? Colleagues, any question for Mr. Manata? Going once. Are we fine? Silence is golden. In this case, it means, Mr. Manata, you have done a wonderful job. In that case, can we give him another round of applause as we call again Prof. Thank you so much, Mr. Manasa. You can disconnect. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, and thank you for the time.
All right.
Thank you, colleagues. Now we are coming back to normal presentations. Can I check if we have Ms. Songo? Can you please come up? And then also Prof. Ndombela. Can you please take your seat here? And then without any waste of time, I would like to call upon Ms. Songo, who is a PhD student in the Department of Psychology, School of Social Sciences. Ms. Songo will be presenting on culture-specific syndromes, ADSM 5TR lesson for mental disorders, diagnosis within the African context. Let's give her a round of applause. 15 minutes, ma'am. 15 minutes.
Wait a minute. Wait. I want to know how to use your. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies, please bear with me. As I traveled and came to South Africa, I caught a cold in the past 2 days. So I have a breaking voice and a cough. However, I'll give it my best shot, and I hope you can all hear me, even right at the back there. Our presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Culture-Specific Syndromes, a DSM-5 text revision lesson for mental health disorders, a diagnosis within the African context. The African context I'm talking about is specifically Zimbabwe. Just to give an introduction and the background, there has been a growing call for cultural contextualization of mental health illness in the psychiatric nosology. You will notice that the most common nosology that is used by psychologists is the ICD-11, which is the latest, and the DSM. The DSM has been revised several times, and we are going to focus on the DSM-5 text revision. Generally, the DSM-5 has had to acknowledge cultural syndromes. However, there's been a tendency not to acknowledge cultural concepts of distress in general. So on average, really, the focus has been on what we would call neurocentric mental disorders, without taking into cognizance that there are disorders that emanate from Africa and can be defined differently in the cultural context in African countries. So the DSM-5, after revision of DSM-4, acknowledges the existence of cultural concepts, specific concepts of distress. However, these concepts are under-researched in general. Therefore, our study was motivated by, firstly, the thought that the cultural concepts in Africa are under-researched, and also, secondly, that we needed to have an input in the DSM by investigating such cultural concepts in Africa that will be affected in the DSM. At the present moment, DSM-5 has definitions of cultural concepts. One such cultural concept is kufungisisa, which is a cultural concept that is linked to the Shona culture in Zimbabwe. Therefore, the study was motivated by that, and we investigated kufungisisa. In translation to English, we tend to say thinking too much. I'm very sure that in isiXhosa it will be something else, defined in a certain manner, and in Swahili it will be defined in a certain manner. So in the Shona culture, it is defined as kufungisisa, and we are saying you'll be thinking too much. And it is generally aligned to depression. Now, the methodology that we used, ladies and gentlemen, was qualitative, and we used the constructivist grounded theory method design. And the rationale for using this method was that we wanted to bring out and look at the personal experiences that we've had as psychologists in practice with what is being brought out by the participant, and reflect over that. And then also we were looking at developing a model, which we did at the end of the day, based on the participants' experiences, based on what the participant get to hear from other practitioners, or what they get to hear from their patients. Ladies and gentlemen, we focused on a population in Zimbabwe which is Shona speaking. We looked at the geography and particularly went to the Gweru district, which comprises of Shona speaking individuals and Ndebele speaking individuals. We, however, focused on the Shona speaking individuals. So in that population, we zeroed down onto sampling the elderly lay healthcare workers. These were lay healthcare workers who are not trained at all, but are volunteers and often work in the clinics and are also cultural brokers. We felt that by engaging the lay healthcare workers who are elderly, we would get the best information, because number one, they are often trusted individuals in the community, and they would have stayed longer in the community, and people respect these elderly people who often volunteer in the community. Quite often they are called upon when there are so many social ills in the community. So that was our population. We went on then to sample the population using purposive sampling. In the beginning, we sampled 12 and then proceeded to use theoretical sampling because we needed to get to saturation. So the total of our sample was 17. Initially it was purposive with 12, and then to reach saturation, we then went on to sample 5 more. And then we used semi-structured interviews. These were administered, and we did audios so that we could get the best out of the lay health care workers and be in a position to analyze this data by playing over and over again the audio tapes. And throughout this research process, we used memos where in the beginning we were then looking at how the research process is going to proceed, and then we proceeded to use, thank you, we proceeded to use memos right through to the end, even when we got to analysis. And then we used constant comparative analysis, where we quoted the data, and using memos again as tools, we analyzed this data. And we went through the stages of coding, where we did open coding, where we were sorting out the data, and then focus coding, where we were categorizing the data. And then finally, we got to the last stage where we brought out the theoretical codes, which turned out to be the highly analytic and categorized themes that we obtained from the lay healthcare workers. And these were the findings, ladies and gentlemen. We looked at the symptoms, specifically this paper looked at the symptoms of kufungisisa, and we had 5 themes there. We had psychosomatic cues, physical cues, emotional cues, cognitive cues, and behavioral cues. So from the psychosomatic cues, we could deduce that we say someone suffers from kufungisisa if they are showing these symptoms, where suddenly there is the onset of illness, possibly heart problems, possibly diabetes, possibly a high blood pressure, or even migraines. It's either there's an onset or an exacerbation of this illness. And then with the physical cues, someone often loses weight or holds their chin with their hands, or they are absent-minded half the time. And then with emotional cues, we discovered that normally an individual is verbally aggressive. They can burst into tears over minor issues when they are spoken to. And this is what the lay healthcare workers said as well. They indicated that their cognitive cues like hallucination and also being absent-minded, an indication that somebody is not present. For instance, in a gathering where there's a party, you may realize that somebody is just absent-minded. They are not enjoying themselves like what everybody else is doing. And then we also discovered that there could be behavioral cues linked to kufungisisa, such as shabby dressing, where somebody just doesn't dress well and they just don't see that they are not dressing well, or incongruent conversation, where madam says what she says to me and I go in the right direction because I've not quite really paid attention to what she has said, or speaking too loud unnecessarily without really noticing that I am doing that. So those were the main findings, ladies and gentlemen, and all of them are linked to the cognitive side. They are all of cognitive nature. And then from these findings, ladies and gentlemen, we get the revelation that there's a need to acknowledge the role of culture in conceptualization of mental illness, because what I may define as a mental illness may not be necessarily what you define as mental illness in your culture. For instance, in the English culture, they are very particular about saying schizophrenia is a mental disorder, while in the Shona culture, schizophrenia will be linked to somebody having a mental challenge because of a calling from their ancestral spirits. They then would link that to kufungisisa rather than saying it's schizophrenia. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, there is also a need to note that there's a need to also recognize that these cultural concepts of distress are dynamic. Culture is dynamic, and people move on and move with the times. Therefore, cultural concepts will change as well in terms of definition. With time, also with geography, we then say cultural concepts are also dynamic. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a recommendation that it is very, very critical that as practicing psychologists or any other clinicians, there's need for us to pay attention to the cultural competences of a practitioner, to pay attention to the cultural background of a patient, and tie that up with what they say, what they believe that is, rather than for practitioners to believe what they see in the text and want to impose onto the patient. And finally, I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, this paper is hoped to be a contribution that will add value to possibly the next revision of the DSM. I would like to make a reminder that I indicated in the beginning that kufungisisa is just in the DSM as a definition. In the PhD thesis, we went through and did a thorough study, and we are looking at having kufungisisa in the DSM as a cultural concept syndrome that will spell out the causes, the symptoms, and possibly the best way that it can be treated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ms. Songo. Let's give her another round of applause for a thorough outline of this kufundisiza. It's now my pleasure to call upon Prof. Ndombela B. in the Department of Language, School of Languages and Communication Studies. He will be presenting on the fallacy of being held captive by English medium instructions. Let's welcome him.
Colleagues, good afternoon. One of the advantages of presenting in the graveyard session is that you get to escape with crime. Let me start. I intend to talk on English medium instruction. I'll be drawing from the dichotomy of epistemology and ontology, those concepts, into how I will use them and apply them in English medium instruction. And then I will also look at the higher education language policies as they apply in 3 institutions in our country. What do we mean by English medium instruction? We essentially mean the content that is taught in a medium of a particular language. In this case, it is taught in English language. By content, we mean any subject. It could be biology, it could be social science, mathematics, or physical science. Teaching that content through the medium of English language. That's what constitutes English medium instruction. What is also common is that we talk of English medium instruction in the context of second language speakers of foreign language speakers. We don't talk of English medium instruction where speakers are first language speakers of English. Now, we all know what epistemology refers to, how reality is, how do you tap into reality? How do you describe reality? That is, how do you get to know what is real? So that speaks to the knowledge, but that knowledge is accessed through language. So from an epistemological perspective, language therefore becomes a key into accessing knowledge. In this case, what knowledge? The content knowledge that I spoke about, your knowledge of biology, your knowledge of physical science or mathematics. So epistemologically, that knowledge is penetrated through the medium of English. Ontology, on the other hand, has to do with the nature of reality. Now, when we apply that to the purposes and the context of my talk, is that we can situate ontology onto the concept of language itself, the possession of language as an entity that is common to all human beings. Okay? So in other words, ontologically speaking, all of us have a language that we possess. And epistemologically speaking, language that we possess ontologically, epistemologically we use it to access reality. So, language policy in higher education, I'm looking at 3 language policies in 3 institutions in the country, from one language policy which was adopted in 2023 from an urban, historically white university, which is described as a traditional research university, like this university. I also looked at another language policy from another university adopted in 2021, which is a rural, historically black university, also described as a traditional research university. And the third language policy in another university, which was adopted in 2019, and that university is also a rural, historically black university. It's not traditional research university, it is a comprehensive university. So there are 3 language policies. Now in these 3 policies, what is observed is that the guiding principles across these 3 policies is that they are based on language rights. They are based on multilingualism, on the concept of redress. They acknowledge that there has been some linguistic imbalances in the past that they must redress. And also the concept of access. Remember, I spoke about language being used to tap into knowledge. So the policies are also speaking into that epistemological access. They address the past linguistic imbalances across all 3 institutions, and what they do to do that is that they speak of intellectualizing African languages that are official languages. They also speak of promoting African languages as media of instruction. That's part of addressing the linguistic imbalances across all the institutions. In other words, in the past, there has never been a promotion of African languages as media of instruction, and these policies seem to be driving towards that. But also, as part of addressing that past imbalances, is to develop a scholarly discourse in African languages and to recognize and respect the African languages. Now, also interested in looking at, whilst addressing these past imbalances, remember, the past imbalances have recognized particular languages. Now I want to trace what is the position of those languages at the moment of trying to redress. Across the three languages, English continues to be the sole medium of instruction, especially at least in 2 institutions per policy. In one institution, the dual media of instruction involving English and African language is stated. In other words, the other one saying, yes, English will continue to be the sole media of instruction, but in addition, we want to move towards dual media of instruction with an African language. But also what becomes observed is that when tracing back in the past, the position of Afrikaans seems to have lost its dominance, because none of these institutions are speaking of Afrikaans in their policies in higher education. So, across the 3 policies in these 3 institutions, English is promoted as the common medium of instruction. Although in one institution, the dual medium of instruction involving an African language alongside English is acknowledged. But you can see that the common factor is that English remains the medium of instruction. Remember, in the beginning I said English medium of instruction is only relevant and spoken of in the context of second language speakers or foreign language speakers. In context where speakers are native speakers of English or first language speakers of English, English medium instruction is irrelevant. So, what are the contradictions then that are observed in these 3 policies? Is that on the one hand, the promotion of English as the sole medium of instruction raises questions about the principle of multilingualism, okay, at its conceptual level. Okay, mono, that's one. Multi, that's many. Now, how do you monolingualize on the backdrop of a multilingual situation? That's one contradiction. But also the concept of redress, which underpins these policies, is that it undermines African languages and it continues to regard them as peripheral languages, in a sense that these policies do not seem to be moving towards elevating them as media of instruction. But you can see that in most cases, they speak of intellectualizing them, but in terms of them occupying the space of accessing knowledge, they don't seem to be speaking that language. And also the question of language rights and access, they remain unobtainable with the dominance of English. In other words, language rights acknowledge that every possessor of a language has a right to access knowledge through that language. However, that access is denied when one language is promoted as the sole medium of access into that knowledge. So those are the main contradictions that I picked up from the 3 policies in high institutions. Now these 3 different institutions are actually drawing from the DHET framework of the language policy. It categorically states the maintenance of English as the de facto language of operation. However, de facto looks at the practical as it operates at a moment in time. It seems to have erased the fact that there was a lawful establishment of the dominance and the use of English in education. It didn't just become de facto from the very beginning. When the colonial system started, the British established English as the only language that must be used in education, and it actually sponsored every education system that uses English. And any language that was used was not supported. So that became a law that when the Afrikaners took over, did not repeal. It continued to uphold the use of English as the sole language in accessing knowledge. And that law was never repealed in the democratic dispensation. And that law still continues into now. But that history seems not to be acknowledged. And you only speak, the policy indeed had only speak of the de facto, not the de jure status. That in fact, what you see being practiced is what the law established. It's not just the mere practice. We are still operating in the law that was there from the beginning. So, what is the fallacy then? Remember, English medium of instruction is only relevant to the second language speakers and foreign language speakers. As a language, it is then used to access knowledge. However, that grows not only from accessing, but that English becomes to be equated with knowledge itself. But knowledge would be an ontological term because it will actually define what is the reality, the knowledge itself. But English itself is not the knowledge. It is only the means into getting into knowledge. But when English is then used in the way that it is, it erases its epistemological underpinning and actually conflates it with ontology regarding itself as knowledge and not as a means into accessing knowledge. So the reality is, from an epistemological perspective, every language provides every human being with means to access knowledge. Because language as a concept in itself, it means the reality of every human being and their ability to possess the means that they would be able to access knowledge. That was my time on chair. It's telling me to stop, but I will listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can we give him another round of applause? We appreciate Ms. Songo as well. Colleagues, let me invite you for a round of questions. Our wish as the session chairs is that by 5 we shall have reached our destination, actually where we're staying. So how that happens depends on you. So I'm going to request 2 hands per speaker with just a slight glimpse of hope that we can put in an extra hand for each speaker. So please assist. I'm going to recognize those hands and then we shoot. Then our speakers will be able to attend to that. I see your hand, Prof, there, and my professor there. Any other hand? Professor there? It can be professors, man. we don't have a Miss and a Mr. here who can. Okay, it's fine. There's no problem. It's fine. There's no problem. Oh, the gentleman at the back there. I'm unable to see properly. Okay, no, it's fine. I think, Prof, you will lead the way.
Thanks. And my question, of course, interfaces with the two presentations. Mental illness is a social construct. And if we agree that it is a social construct, who constructed it? And the person who constructed it.
Oh, just excuse. I think the speakers are requesting that you raise his voice, right?
All right, thanks. My question, I started by saying it somewhat speaks to the two presentations, but I'll direct it to you, Ms. Songo. That the concept of mental illness, as far as I'm concerned, it's a social construct. And what do I mean by that? All mental health conditions that are in the nosology are social constructs. Somebody constructed them. And my question then is, who constructed them? What language did that person use? What lenses of philosophy, worldview, lived experiences did that person use? And then if we then agree that indeed these are social constructs, then what is it that we should be doing or should not be doing to make mental illness and ways of dealing with it more contextually relevant and effective or efficient? Because your study somewhat parachutes from the fact that current nosology or nosologies being used in our context somewhat are doing injustice to our people. And of course it goes to the issue of language, as was put clearly there by Prof. Ndambela. Thanks.
Thank you. Mine is directed to Ms. Songo. Luckily, I'm sitting next to her supervisor here, and I said, I'm going to stretch you. My take is, the challenges that the society is experiencing, there is a way in which the same society can turn them around. Now, I'm saying this looking at the findings. They were vague and focusing on culture, and culture to me is very broad. And at this level, I was thinking maybe there could be an instrument that you may recommend, or a tool that can be used by a specific cultural context to sort of assist in terms of the mental disorder, which may add to the Western approach. Are we saying in the entire continent, as Africans, we don't have means to attend to mental illnesses, even if it means borrowing from the Asian or the Latin? I don't know. It can be that we're banking on the Western. Where are ours? Thank you. What's happening?
Oh,
I was telling him Orongwele.
I'm not so sure whether we could get the gentleman at the back, or can I go first? I'm closer to you. Okay. My comment is on the issue of English as a medium to access knowledge, and it's a very controversial subject, because there are some people who feel very particular about that, because English can be a way to exclude certain groups in terms of their access to knowledge and as a medium, because by virtue of English being English, it's actually placed above. Actually, the same sentiment could be said with regard to the Lusophone that Kananga spoke about, because if you were to go to the Republic of Mozambique for now, for example, there might not be many native speakers of Portuguese left there, but the system still remains. Could be books, texts, still relate to the Portuguese culture. The same thing might be said with English. And how do you deal with this going forward? Because it's true, most institutions in South Africa, even Stellenbosch, saying their medium of instruction is English. But how inclusive is that? To what extent do certain groupings, particularly certain languages, even if you go to the University of Port Elizabeth, for example, they say isiXhosa is part of the medium that they have, but to what extent, to what level does this really translate into accessing knowledge through that medium? Except to say that English will continue to be a de facto access, and at some stage in business, in everything else, that's the case. So it's really, it's important to discuss or debate this, but it's really a very long haul that we are going to go through with the language because of its nature and who speaks it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. The first part of my question, I think Prof. Nkwana has touched on it. So I will just take the last part. Is directed to Prof. Ntombela. So it's clear that now the agenda is on trying to decolonize and make sure that at least we try to access education in our own languages. But here my question is, like, what's the practicality of it, considering that in South Africa we have, how many? It's 11 official languages. Like, will it be practical? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, colleagues, you can go ahead and answer.
Okay, I would like to respond to the first question. If I understood it well, it was somewhat saying, what are we doing wrong, or what can we do, isn't it, Mahathina? Yes. So we are saying in practice what is presently happening in practice right now. As psychologists, we are using manuals that are developed from America, which is Eurocentric. Therefore, as practicing clinicians, we need to get down to doing thorough research. This is part of what we were doing to research and bring out the findings of the causes, of the symptoms, of the treatment, and then effect when we revise the DSM. So these cultural concepts are under-researched. We need to research. So from the findings of this paper, where I was looking at this small component of symptoms, we are saying these symptoms should hopefully be effected into the DSM when we revise the DSM next. Then will be catered for as the Africans, or as the people in that geography. The people in that geography should indicate how they are dealing with the mental issues. I hope I've answered you there. Have I? What did I leave out? Sorry, why not develop ours? I am thinking at this present moment, the fact that we haven't done a whole lot of research as the African people, certainly we can't have the big manual. But then if we then have an input in that one, and we continue to research, we can develop our own. We can develop our own as Africans, looking at all cultures. At the moment, what is there in this one is just a definition of the Shona culture, and we've taken advantage of that, and we're saying, the next time we are revising it, let's have Fungisisa in there, and then everybody else will follow suit. And then the second question was, do we have our own instruments? Unfortunately, we do not have. That is what we are trying to do here. There's absolutely no Afrocentric instruments, even test. So this is an effort where we are saying we are using the cultural brokers. Remember, I said we were using the elderly lay healthcare workers who have stayed in the community for a long time, who are within the ages of 58 and 72. They certainly know the cultures in the communities there. They are cultural brokers. They are the people that are going to be helping us to develop something. This is only the beginning, but I'm sure if different cultures in Africa engage the cultural brokers in their community would likely have ways of dealing with mental illness from the perspective of the Africans.
May I make a follow-up then?
Okay.
It's Western. Because if Africans don't have instruments to attend to it, then it is not ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yeah, we will push forward after the session. Thank you so much.
Are you giving me the floor? Oh, thank you very much. How practical is it? It is as practical as possible. In fact, it has been happening throughout all the schooling system. The only difference is that it has been bastardized most often than not. The use of languages other than English has been happening in schools. The only difference is that it has been labeled otherwise. There is usually confusion between learning a language and learning through the language. So when we are talking about English medium instruction, we are not necessarily saying abandon X language, but we are saying you can know mathematical concepts, you can know science concepts. They are not necessarily equal to English. You can know them better in the language that you understand better. And that has been happening, and in fact it's still happening. In fact, even our African languages, for the longest time, even in higher education, have been learned either in Afrikaans or in English. And people would graduate and qualify and say, I'm an expert in a particular African language, learned through the medium of English or Afrikaans. It is only now that there is an emphasis that if you can't say you are an expert in Xitsonga and you learned it in English, it must be taught in Xitsonga, etc., etc., etc. So the same thing. Whatever knowledge you have can be tapped into by whatever language. And this is what has been happening, and people have been saying, oh, because they don't know English, that's why they are teaching our children in their mother tongue, etc., etc. But policy, that's the argument, needs to recognize what has been happening practically throughout. That's the long and short of it.
We are fine, colleagues. That's the feeling that I have now. We are running late. We're supposed to be reaching now the destination. Colleagues, allow me to proceed with the program and request the chairperson of the committees and LOCS committee, I think it's Mr. Eshimboweni and Mr. DJ Ramoshawa. Can we give them a round of applause as they come in on chanting the route for day 2? Thank you so much. And from Prof and I think we are done. Thank you.
I have a young man here who's taking after me. Go ahead. And Prof. Kula is not happy. He asked a question, he says it's pending. So we'll discuss that after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. From the comms and logs, our request is that we have not concluded with the conference. We are still coming back tomorrow. The venue is still the same venue. We'll still use the same approaches where we're going to still have the different breakaway venues. So we are humbly requesting that you also avail yourselves for tomorrow's session. As you can check on the program, we are anticipating to start at 7:30. Can we humbly adhere to the time so that we do not knock off late, particularly because after tomorrow's session, there will be another session where we'll be having those type of bottles on the tables. You know that type of a session where we'll be dancing and all that. So we are requesting that we adhere to the time so that we allow ourselves a space to go and mingle and dance and build relationships with our colleagues from different sections. So that is the instruction. The keynote speaker for tomorrow is going to be Prof. Bazo Nzenze, who will be presenting on a topic that is as follows: harnessing economic artificial intelligence for Africa's sustainable development. I think this is a very interesting topic, more especially because these days we often hear people speak artificial intelligence, fourth industrial revolution. So I think we'll have to come and listen to this interesting topic. If you can check at the back of our venue, we're having a QR code even next to the door. This shows that as the Faculty of Humanities, we are also embracing the issue of artificial intelligence. We are also embracing the issue of fourth industrial revolution. With just opening your camera and scanning the QR code, you could get the program. So I think that is the right step into the right direction. Let's meet tomorrow for deeper discussions, for robust discussions. That is with regard to that. Of course, I'm also informed that the jazz masters will also be present. Let's come tomorrow as per the request. I think that would be all from me. If I left out something, Mr. Mboweni will do justice.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
So you should Matamu, is it? No, it's Matamu. Yes, thanks.